Hello, I am Gregory the Poor Typist, and welcome to another edition of Typewriter Club Live. Today is show and tell, although that's pretty much every week, right? But today we're going to focus on show and tell. So hopefully you guys brought some things to share. I have a little something, but I'd rather see what you guys have. Anyway, so I will remind you that Type Pals is and always will be free. Yeah, so I hope you will join us at typepals.com, especially if you enjoy exchanging letters using your typewriters, letters or postcards. And I will mention that, let's see, let me let everybody in here. I will mention that the postcard exchange, today's the last day to register for it. You do have to be signed up with TypePals in order to see it. So make sure you join for free at typepals.com/join. And then on the events page, you'll see the postcard exchange and you can sign up for that. So today's the last day to do that. Yeah, excellent. We have some people. Sean, how are you doing?
Wonderful for Sunday. Good to see everybody. Happy whatever it is, winter.
Yes, happy winter. Isn't it always winter in Canada?
Well, for 10 months of the year.
Okay. So what are you typing with today?
I've got a 1956 Canadian-made Smith Corona in the graphite color that they only made in Canada, with a transitional green keyboard and math and chemistry physics keys on it.
Oh,
yeah.
How are your math skills?
Not very good. The only thing I recognize here is the Half-Life symbol from a game I used to play back in the 90s and early 2000s.
Let me guess, it was called Half-Life.
Yeah. Yeah. But no, good typewriter, types in Elite. It's a bit of a weird keyboard. It's got a bunch of different keys, but nothing all consistent. There's no division or multiplication keys. A lot of pies and deltas and other sorts of, cubed and squared and superscripts and all that kind of stuff. So I'm not sure who used this and what they ordered, but the keys are all cut, like the non-standard keys, like the ones for Half-Life and Pi, and that they weren't actually, created and pressed like normal. It looks like they were scribed with the symbols on them. So it was obviously a custom order keyboard for somebody. So just sort of an interesting typewriter, but types well. They're all easy peasy typewriters for sure.
Nice.
Yeah.
I like the lines on it. It has a nice gentle curve to it.
Oh, 5 series typewriters. They rock.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Green keys, gray space bar, white knobs. Yeah. A bit of an oddity, but
yeah. I always find it funny when they make the space bar a separate color. You would think they would either go with the body color or with the key color.
Yeah, well, after this, not long after this, probably about 20,000-30,000 serial numbers, all the keys were white.
Okay.
And again, maybe because of the special order symbols, maybe they just put green on there because that's what they had. I don't know. I think the truth will be lost to time forever. So we're just left with conjecture and an interesting story.
Excellent.
Yeah.
That is beautiful. And I just caught a glimpse of the racing stripes on the top.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Nice. Hey, those match the space bar, right?
Yeah. So there is
cool.
And they match the back the paper bit tray.
Oh, cool.
Paper table.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Very cool.
Yeah. And that's really it for me, other than being here with you guys. And
yeah. And I'll just say that I'll pay the shipping. You can send it on down.
That's excellent. I'll send you a quote.
Do you know the history, Sean? Do you know the history?
No, I got it out of London, Ontario. So it's a Canadian typewriter that came from Canada, and I don't know if it came from. I always imagine some professor at a university, but I got no paperwork with it, Danielle. So I don't know, unfortunately. But the keyboard makes it like I really would like to know who ordered it and why they ordered it. with the way they did, because it's chemical, physics, math mix. It's a bit of all of the standard keyboards
Right.
mixed. And you could even see one of the type bars, the one with, I think it was the Delta and this other thing, are soldered together. So there's two slugs. So they created that key. So it wasn't a standard slug, just to make it all work on the keyboard.
Oh, very interesting. There's a key that has two slugs at the end.
Yeah, they cut the slug in half and then resoldered it together for those two
Resoldered.
keys, and then it's it's well scribed, but it's not stamped and pressed in like the normal keys are. You can feel it when you touch it. It feels like somebody scribed it, but they didn't do it by hand, it looks like, because it's
Yeah.
very normal.
Yeah.
If you get my meaning.
Interesting.
Yes. Very cool. It's very
Yeah.
cool. And there's a university in London, Ontario. So
Mhm.
you're, could be somebody from the university there.
Yeah. Is that Western Ontario?
Western.
Yeah.
Western.
Yeah, I thought so.
It's
so
like
I'm not sure.
it's like the Hermes ambassador that came on for sale on Kijiji from Kingston, Ontario, who used to belong to an English professor from Kingston so.
Yeah. I'd like to know, but I don't know if people keep those kinds of records as to what kind of typewriters they had, unfortunately.
Yeah. Unless they were on the typewriter database.
Yes, back in 1956.
Yeah.
No, but the only times these things reliably known is when you buy from, like a child or a relative or something like that. Like paperwork, yes. If paperwork accompanies it, great. But without paperwork, sometimes it's a member of the family of the person that used to own that says, like my mom or my dad used it for this and that, and that's how I got like a 1938 Smith Corona that was owned by Adelina, who used it all her life to help her husband in her business. That's the only way I know that is because it's the granddaughter. I bought it from the granddaughter.
Yeah.
But
And it's beautiful when you get those stories, because those are great. And you can record them and keep them with the typewriter. But yeah. And I bought this on eBay maybe 3 years ago. And so it didn't come with anything, unfortunately. So no opportunity to talk to the seller. And yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Just imagine all the stories lost to time.
Oh, I know.
Wow.
No kidding.
Yeah.
So I choose.
only
Sorry, Gregory.
if only we could read all the letters and course, manuscripts and everything on the platen,
A forensic disassembly of the platen, as long as it hasn't been recovered, might show through with a proper bit of technology all of the layers of typing for the last 70 years.
Yes.
However,
yes.
that is way beyond my scale of comprehension, and I'm just talking
Yeah.
sci-fi.
Yeah, I think it works like the rings in a tree,
Yeah,
So
exactly.
so
Yeah.
with each new thing you type, it creates a new layer.
Yeah. Well, you've heard those stories of people who, a lot of people who don't know typewriters, when they're sort of testing a typewriter or just playing with it at a store, will type on it as the ribbon smacks the platen without paper in it. And I've read some stories of people who get typewriters that they can still see the ink on the platen, right? And then they've read what was written there, and in some cases it's antique store gibberish, but in other cases I forget what it was, but somebody read basically the last letter that was written on the typewriter, or last line that somebody, whatever the reason was, but yeah.
And of course, with the carbon ribbons, it's pretty easy to do that. you just pull it out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, then you could actually see.
Yeah. Yep. Well, anyway, it's very good to see you, Sean.
You as well, and everything's good with you, Gregory. You're feeling good. You're looking good. You got a haircut. Looks like your beard's trimmed. Good.
I don't know if it's trimmed, but it might look like it on screen.
On camera, it looks good.
Okay, good. That's all that matters.
Yeah, exactly.
And unless the wife complains, then that's
then she always rules over anything else.
Yes, but she actually loves the beard, so there you
Good.
go.
She's one of the few.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Daniel, how are you?
Oh, I'm great. Thank you very much. Thank you for
Excellent,
asking.
excellent. Yeah.
It's a bit cold here this morning. It feels like 0 Fahrenheit with the wind,
Ooh.
but it's well, we had a foot of snow over 36 hours before the weekend, and so it's back to looking like winter here, and so I spent a bit of time clearing that and everything, and yeah, there's a and yesterday I went to the thrift shop and I got myself a little two-hole
Ooh.
puncher.
Oh, let me zoom in.
It's
There
a
we
little
go.
two-hole puncher and like
Nice.
99 cents. And this one has two width. It has 7 centimeters, which is 2 inches and 3/4, which is I think the
Ah,
standard.
perfect. Yes.
And it has 8 centimeters. You can actually punch either like a 7 or an eighth. So an eighth, I don't know, maybe because this is made in England. This was made in England, so it dates a little bit, which is good. It's all steel. And maybe in Europe they have like two ring binders that are 8 centimeters apart. The rings 8 centimeters apart, but for the North American market, they also know that it's 7 centimeters or dead 2 inches 3/4, and so you switch this by pressing the little tab here, and then it chooses, and then it presses on the
Oh.
eighth or the seven. So if I want to get it back to 7, I just press like that, and there you go. And it makes rather small holes, and 3/8 of an inch from the side of the paper. So I made a few holes on a sheet of paper, and yeah, this one is a bit further, and I had one. I actually had one of those with a guide for large sheets, and this is 2 inches 3/4, and the holes are closer to the end. They're only 1/8 of an inch from the edge of the paper. So when you punch, you get two holes that are closer to the edge. This English made, you get holes that are a little bit more to the inside, maybe 3/8 of an inch from the edge, which might be better for binders, maybe more resistant to tear out. So I got that yesterday, and I found, this is funny. I found an old ruler like I used to have in elementary school, Acme, made in Canada. This one only has the inches, so it predates metrication in Canada, but it's in excellent condition. It's made out of maple, so sugar maple, hard maple. And then Sean is looking at is showing
I
his.
was just because you said Acme, so this is probably the exact one. This is an Acme, but this is marked Canadian Pacific for the railroad. But on the there it is. So it's basically what you've got, I think, Danielle.
Yeah,
Acme
and
made in
if you look
Canada.
at the, I'm gonna go. If you look at the back, that may, if they have the same molding, the same cut, maybe it's the same company exactly.
Yeah. And it's got the little metal bar on the top.
Well, the bar at the top, but at the back, look at the molding at the back. Yeah, the same. Looks to be the same.
Yep.
So that's Acme Canada,
Acme. Yay.
and
Nice.
then in the same store, I found this one, which is only centimeters, 30 centimeters, also made in Canada. I don't know the brand, but it says made in Canada, and it was owned by Randy. Randy had that and wrote his name on the back.
Yeah.
And on the Acme, let me just grab this. In the same thing, I got like this letter opener, Acme, made in Japan,
Ooh.
stainless steel. And it's funny because I'll finish with my usual ruler. It's Acme made in China.
Oh.
So I've got Acme made in Canada, Acme Japan, and then Acme China.
Yeah.
So I don't want to take too much time, but I in the show and tell, I look forward to showing a 1973 letter that my mom got from her aunt, which is typed, and she was a typewriting teacher, and there's a lot of things when I looked at this, how it's typed, and so on and so forth, that are fascinating to me. So an original letter from 1973,
Wow.
and oh yeah, she was a nun, so she was in a order of nuns that were missionaries and teachers, and she would write to her family, write letters, type letters. So maybe we do that later when
Okay.
we do the show and tell or something.
Danielle, was she part of the Order of Nuns of St. Louis?
No, this the Saint Croix, Saint Croix.
Okay. Okay. I went to a school started by a bunch of Quebec nuns in Saskatchewan from the 30s, and they were the Orders of the Sisters of St. Louis for whatever reason.
Yeah,
Okay.
But I've asked. You never know.
yeah. No, you never know. You never know. It can be fascinating. And I know Lucas is there, and he's got a thing for tools, and I really like to. Hi, Lucas, and I really like to show him my my dad's Exolite long nose pliers, which my dad had that from the end of the 50s, and I got them, and they're like the longest long nose pliers I've ever seen, and I love the Exolite brand of tools, and I don't know if today they're as good as they used to be, but this is still very, very. I wasn't being abused, so my dad never abused his tools, but it's got a perfect tip the way it closes. There's a bit of a gap at the bottom. That's what it's supposed to be, so it grabs, and really
They
nice.
seem very fine to me.
Very, very, very fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like a very
I
heavy
mean,
tool.
look at the size of my hand and
Yeah.
how pointy they are and how long. So
Yep.
to reach in sometimes. But my dad was a technician in electronics, and he used those
Ah.
Oh yeah.
for repair.
Yeah.
So quite. That's just a little aside, a little pair of pliers that I really like.
Yeah. Nice. Very nice. Let's see. Well, I do want to thank you for being here, Daniel. It's so good to see you. Roger, how are you doing?
I'm okay. I'm getting started again, I hope. Not with typewriters, but typing. I just
Okay.
finished my one of the cards I supposed to send a couple of weeks ago. I did get a nice card or letter or mail, whatever, from Susan. Thank you,
Oh,
Susan.
nice.
I wave, but she can't see me wave. And I also got something from Canada, from Typels, a letter, and it's got me a little bit confused. It's from someone, but it also says Willow Creek Typewriters. So I was thinking, is it a
There's
store?
only one of those.
That's me.
Yeah.
This guy.
Who?
It's Curry.
Yeah, Curry, that's the name. I don't
Yes.
see him.
Yes.
He's there.
I'm here.
Okay, hi.
You
Nice
missed
to
me.
see you.
The bright
Yeah.
yellow shirt.
Yeah.
So I got your letter. Very
Excellent.
interesting. A 2-year letter.
Yes. Yes. Took me
Started
2 years to write that letter.
Yeah.
Wow.
2022 and 2023.
Well, the thing is, I'm backlogged from February 2022, so you'll have to wait a year to get my answer.
Oh,
We'll
that's
see to
funny.
get it out sooner.
That's
Thanks
good. I'm
again.
glad you got it.
It was a very nice envelope and a nice piece of paper in it, and the card was nice too. The type-in card and the lettering from the Pen Dyke Cement Corporation.
Oh yes, yeah.
Very awesome.
Was it an RCA letterhead that I used? I don't remember.
Well,
RCA?
what's RCA? Penn Dixie Cement Corporation. It's a
Yeah.
small
The small
Yeah.
paper.
Yeah.
What did I type the letter on? I could look it up, but what was the letterhead?
Cement Corporation, Albany, New York. Penn Dixie.
Yeah. Did I just type on that?
No, it's blank.
Oh,
The-
okay.
the-
What
the
did
lit-
I write the letter? What did I type the letter on?
Just the how you call it, the fancy paper that doesn't last long, like for faxing paper, heat paper,
Thermal?
Oh,
thermal paper.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. On the Canon Typestar 5 I used for that then.
Probably
Okay.
not the Selectric.
No.
Yeah, the Canon Typestar 5.
Yeah. Excellent.
Nice. I always love it when thermal typewriters are represented.
Yeah, but isn't that like fax paper? It dissolves fairly easily.
Yeah, I don't know.
If you expose it to sunlight or heat, it will not last.
Okay.
It'll turn black.
That's what scanners are for.
Yeah,
What?
that's true.
That's what
That's what
scanners are
scanners
for.
Yeah, that's what scanners are for.
Scanners. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Marry
You think
the
about-
analog with the digital.
There you go. There you go. But if you think about it, none of this paper is going to last forever. So if thermal paper,
Well,
lasts
I
a
don't
little
know.
shorter.
They find paper from the oh boy, the Egyptians.
Oh, that's
So,
true.
well,
That's
Leather.
we got a couple of years.
Papyrus.
They find leather from the Egyptians.
Same
Yeah.
difference.
No.
true. Yep. It's a paper debate.
Well, that's what this is for, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. Excellent. Well, that's cool that you're feeling, drawn back into getting some typing done, Roger.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, are you still expecting a typewriter? Is
Yes,
that right?
the Corona 3. Still waiting for it. I haven't made
Okay.
contact with my friend yet.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So I'll
We're-
have to contact him, but my social skills have been down the drain for the last couple of months.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I'll have to get back into. I was trying to get it with New Year's resolution. Now I'm
Yeah.
hoping for next month's IncoWrimo.
There you go. There you go.
So
Yeah.
it won't be a letter a day, but if I can try to write 3 or 4 times a week, it'll be a big step forward.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. Very cool. All right. Well, it's always good to have you here.
Yeah, thank you. It's always good to be here. So
Excellent. Yeah. Lucas, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm doing pretty good.
Excellent.
saw,
Excellent.
I saw that you changed the start time to a little bit later in the day for me. So
Oh,
it makes it
okay.
easy to join.
Good. Good. Yeah. So what's new with Typewriter Chicago.
Nothing much. Just filed my taxes for last year, which is like the worst point of the year for anybody, I'm sure.
I know, right?
Getting ready to jump into a first batch of repairs.
Okay, cool. Have any interesting typewriters passed through your hands?
Yes, just a few weeks ago, I got a Williams #3. It's a wide carriage version of the Williams 2 produced in 1896.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I just put fresh rubber on that machine and got it up and running again. And I believe there should be a new video on the YouTube channel from a day or two ago on that.
Okay.
It's from the
We'll have to-
Insider. I saw that.
Oh,
Yeah,
cool.
great video, Lucas. That was
Oh,
cool.
thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, but that's it's been a fun machine, and I got this to show you. So hopefully I'll be
Yes.
putting this up for sale on the end of the month or maybe the beginning of next month. But,
I have a burning question about the Williams, Lucas.
Oh, you do? I love
Oh
the
yeah,
questions about the Williams.
I've wanted to ask these for a while, but I thought I'd wait for your video, so I got half of it answered. I know that the keys come up like little paws and then smack on the platen, but how does the ink run? Is it like little pads on both sides where
Yes,
when they
yeah.
rest back, they touch the ink?
Yeah, so the type's like impacts 2 times. It impacts when you hit the platen, but then it springs back and lands onto an inked pad, and it picks up a little bit of ink from that. I can show you real quick.
So my question will be then, you'd probably have to replenish that system a little more often than a ribbon going by.
Yeah, it mostly depends on how much the ink has dried out.
Yeah.
But here's the #3 here. And just, I took the ink pads out because I don't normally store them with the machine.
Right.
Because it can kind of dry out and cause it to
Makes
stick.
sense.
But as you type on the machine, they'll come out and then they'll slap right back down onto the pad. So it's a
Oh,
really
wow.
nice little system.
Yeah, so that's super, super interesting and neat. I think, and I was wondering as you were typing and I'm looking at your imprint, I'm thinking, man, if you oversaturate that ink pad, you're just going to be splashing out ink onto the.
Yeah, and I did
paper.
oversaturate the ink pad, so I had to take a little napkin and dab it off and reshoot
Right.
that part of the video.
Worked out good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, the interesting thing about the way the ink pads are designed is over time, the original Williams ink pads are supposed to form to the shape of the letter, and that actually helps keep them clean.
Wow.
Yeah, but the thing I've noticed most often is the ink will actually degrade the slug. Because I think we're familiar with most modern typewriters that type slugs that are hardened steel. The Williams type slugs are not hardened steel, so they erode away very easily.
Wow. And I mean, just looking at it, it looks like a pretty complicated machine.
It's surprisingly simple. There's not a lot
Really?
going on, but it works really well.
Okay. Okay. Excellent. It reminds me in its oddity, it reminds me of the the Oliver 9, the Batwing.
Yes, yeah. Love the Oliver 9s. They kind of get at 2 sides of the page there.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, to come up with some funky designs to get around patents.
Yes, exactly.
Ah.
That's why you see that variety of actions in that particular age.
The funny thing about the patents is the Williams company kind of fell into poor financial trouble because of patent infringement lawsuits. The whole era of early typewriter development was just filled with people suing each other because they thought what they had was an original idea. And really everybody's trying to make the same exact machine that does the same thing. So obviously there's going to be tons of patent infringements. Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, a little mini boom of that in the 80s too, when electronics came into typewriters. So that's why both periods are really fascinating to study, is and see what different kind of solutions people came up with for the exact same problem.
Yeah. It's reminiscent of the space race.
Yes. And Ted, it's funny you should mention the whole 80s computer thing. I was just watching a show recently called Halt and Catch Fire. Have you heard of that?
I've heard of that. Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it is about early computer development. It's fictitious, but it's a very interesting show.
I'll have to put that on my list.
Excellent, excellent. All right, and is there anything else new with you, Lucas?
Oh, no, not so much. Yeah, just basically, same old.
Okay, okay. Well, it's always awesome seeing you. We don't get to see you a lot, but that's okay because we know you're a busy man. So
Oh, it's good seeing you too. Yeah.
yeah, excellent. Susan, how are you doing?
I'm great.
Excellent.
I don't have a lot to show and tell because I did my show and tell on the
I know.
Facebook pages this week.
Oh, okay. We'll have to check
So-
it out on there.
So if you haven't checked it out, you should go to either Typewriter Club Live, the Facebook page, or you can go to Austin Typewriter Inc., or you can go to the Antique Typewriter Collectors, where I posted a bunch of ephemera that is just amazing. And I got a lot of wonderful comments about it. And it was at an estate sale that the lady was, I determined from going through all the ephemera, a typewriter teacher.
Oh,
And yeah. So it's very fun. And yeah, so that would have been my show and tell, but it's hard to show all the things like that into the camera when you only have one camera and you aren't very
Exactly.
technologically savvy. So I figured that was the best way.
okay.
Yeah, and I'm going to a type in next Saturday. So
Ooh,
look for pictures. Yeah, down in Austin. The guys are having a type in it, and so I'm taking a couple of machines to hopefully have somebody look at it and tell me if we can get it fixed without paying a lot of money. But we'll see. So that's
Yeah.
fun.
nice.
And that's really about it.
Okay.
Prices
have
have
you-
gone crazy here, so no, I'm not buying any typewriters. I mean,
Yeah. Have you been to one of their type-ins before?
no, they've only,
Okay.
Since the end of COVID, they've had one other one, and then they had an event at a vintage market recently that was pretty cool, where they set up, it was held at a really old school building, and they set up in the hallway some long tables, and that was really popular. They had quite a few people come by and type and everything, so they're being creative that way. I think, they were set up as a vendor there, but they weren't actually selling machines. They were just offering people the opportunity to type, and then hopefully getting the people to inquire later. But yeah, I've never been to one of theirs. They've come up to mine.
Yeah.
But so I know most of those guys, and a bunch of us from Dallas are going to go down there, not together, but we're going down there. But we're combining it with it's not that far. It's only 3-hour drives, but we're combining it with a trip to Texas Hill Country, which is always nice. So we're leaving early and all that. And then kind of like I did for Joe's, it's always fun to have a little side trip as you go to a type in.
Now you said it's a 3-hour drive. You do know what happened on the 3-hour tour, right?
Yes, I know that.
A 3-hour tour.
It lasted.
Luckily, it will be
a few
longer than
seasons. It lasted a few seasons.
Yeah.
There would be
Oh,
worse
man.
things than getting lost in the hill country of Texas for a few seasons. Trust me. It's a pretty
Okay.
beautiful area of the state.
Nice.
You'd probably be Ginger anyway, Susan.
Yeah. Excellent. I guess I'm curious, which one of the main ATI people would be the most savvy about fixing a typewriter? Because Everett. Okay.
Everett, I don't know if you guys get a chance, there was a piece done about his collection, which is pretty cool, that he published yesterday on the ATI Facebook page, where he showed all of his Royals. He's really into the Royals and talked about repairing and everything, but he's the most knowledgeable probably about repair. And then there's a young man who's coming up from San Antonio. I've mentioned him before. He's like 18, and he's started really repairing. And so he's a lot of fun to talk to, and he will just take out his tools and start repairing stuff right there. Just because he loves to repair things.
Excellent.
And his name is Caesar Martinez. So that's good. And then there's some people that are going down there, like there's some people from Dallas that repair, but don't repair other people's machines.
Oh,
Makes
okay.
sense.
Yeah.
We have a lot of people that work on machines around here and then resell them on Etsy and eBay and Instagram, but they don't actually work on other people's machines.
Yeah.
So a couple of them are going down, but they will help you diagnose a problem or, you know, give you an opinion. We're all full
Yeah.
of opinions, right?
Yep.
Opinions are always free.
Yeah.
So yeah, so they like to give opinions, so that's always fun. But yeah, you know, I'm taking down some of my machines that I've had for a while that I just don't think are worthy of getting all new rubber and everything else yet, because I'm not even sure if I would like to type on them. But they're the black machines, I call them. They're the ones that are either glossy black or I have a 1940 Royal Arrow that I've gotten pretty well cleaned up and it works pretty well, but the ribbon vibrator doesn't go down far enough, but I'm not even sure if it's supposed to go down all that way so that I can see what I typed, you know, it's kind of, so I want to get an opinion on that. And then I have a couple of Remingtons and I have a Corona 4 that really needs help. So,
okay.
but you know, with the Wednesday effect, I'm figuring that the price of black typewriters is going up, you know, so because everybody wants a look.
Yeah, now all the typewriters are going to be expensive.
So time to dig out your black typewriters and then the other ones will go down. But you know, maybe the typewriter market is just kind of like the housing market has been. Now the type prices have gone up and pretty soon the balloon's going to burst and prices will go down, which would be great for those of us who are still interested in acquiring more, but terrible for people who are selling them.
Yeah. Well, I find it interesting because I make a comparison with the vinyl community, you know, the resurgence of people interested in records, because they started peaking before typewriters, and unfortunately they're still up there. So if that's any indication, it could stay up for a while.
It's just very disconcerting when you're seeing things that you know are not, you know, people are putting ridiculous prices on things on Marketplace and really everywhere. You know, like I said, last week, a $750 pink typewriter is a Smith Corona is ridiculous. Yes, it should have a premium because it's pink, but it should not be $750 unrestored, uncleaned,
Oh yeah.
you know, that's ridiculous. And I look on my Facebook Marketplace and just shake my head every day because I can see the condition of the machine. I think, okay, that is not worth $200. It's just not.
Yeah.
So fortunately, when you have 50 typewriters, you have lots of choices. I shouldn't complain. I just should use the ones I have and love them and be happy.
Love the ones you're with.
Yes.
Yep, exactly. Love the ones you're with. So,
excellent.
And the year's still young. You never know. I might look into another estate sale where I find a great deal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe not everybody's aware.
It's not shooting fish in a barrel anymore.
Exactly. But yeah, that estate sale where I found this stuff, you know, the posters and everything, they're so fun. And, you know, I had so many positive comments about them, and, you know, just digging through all the ephemera was so much fun to find it. Although my husband gets bored with that, you know, he goes with me to these sales and he's like, what happened to her? Where'd she go? And there I am sitting on the floor going through a box of paper. And then I go, oh, look at these. And I pull out these funny things. And yeah.
Yeah.
But always something
Excellent.
new. But I haven't found any of those prong things at estate sales.
Oh, okay.
No,
Yeah.
I have a 2-hole punch, but Prong Fest is certainly alive and well.
I wonder if the prongs wasn't really something someone would use at home. Like it seems like more of a business thing.
But you'd be
Yes.
surprised how many times you go to one of these sales and people had different office supplies than we do now.
Yeah,
You know?
that's
And
true.
so, yeah, they used them. And I find so many things in a garage where people, I found great vintage staplers in a garage. I found the big 3-hole punches in the garage. I found that I have a lovely, what is it called? Paper tape dispenser that I found in a garage that really is for like packaging things that you'd think you would have found but people were using it in their garage. So I don't know if they got it at another estate sale and brought it home or what, I don't know, but
Yeah.
Stole it from work.
exactly. Exactly.
We don't advocate that.
But it
Now,
happens.
yes, it does. It does. Now, Ted, you were showing something on the screen, and
Yeah, you were mentioning interesting binder systems, and I found this ACO J3X1184 in executive red, which is a 9 by 12 folder with this special ACO binder thing in it that holds paper, but it's just a pressure clamp.
yeah.
So you can put as much paper in there as you need, and then you just spring it down and clamp it. And I thought, I was thinking that this would be really excellent for the everyday carry notebook, but it's kind of heavy.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I could make it a pocket-sized notebook, but I mean, it's, a good 1.5 inches across, and it's fairly flat. It's about a 1/4 inch or so, maybe 1/2 inch tall, but
Yeah.
I just thought that was a really fascinating binding system, and you're not going to find that today. That's long gone. It's so inefficient, but I just found that super interesting. I don't know why I'm so into clamps right now and binding systems.
Yeah.
Having a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, you are. I love that. It's very contagious seeing someone get so excited about anything really, and just seeing them take a deep dive in it. And of course now you have us all getting the prong fasteners, and yeah, so it's very exciting seeing your excitement about these binding methods.
I'm going to get you on Parker pens too. Parker Jotter. They have date codes.
Yeah.
You can date them all the way down to the quarter of the year.
That's crazy. I had no
Is
idea.
that a rollerball?
What was that?
Is that a rollerball?
Well, no, this is just a Parker Jotter from about 2006. All stainless steel.
I've lately got into Rotring pens. These are the drafting pens.
Yeah.
A German Bauhaus design. I have one in the ballpoint as well. It's nice. But I've always
they take the
preferred
G2
pens.
cartridges, right? The
Yes,
Rotrings?
I believe the ballpoint does. Of course, the fountain pens would use the standard. Here's the
Nibs and ink.
Yeah. So I do a lot of drawing and design stuff. So I love the fountain pens, and the Rotrings are really nice.
Yeah, I found out just recently that they have a lot of different G2 refills you can buy, like gels, and you can buy a mechanical pencil converter. And so I got all that
really,
stuff
really
too.
Cool. I do like the compatible cartridges. I know there's the space pen cartridges as well, the pressurized ones.
I got a space pen or Fisher space pen cartridge in there right now. So.
Oh, nice. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, they can be converted real
one.
easy too. So. It's a really versatile format, so I'm really happy with the Parker Jotter, and finding out that you could date them like that was that's candy to me. I'm going to be collecting Parkers.
I've always been a huge pen fanatic, especially the metal pens. even way
Mhm.
before typewriters. When I was like a little kid, I loved going to the art store. Local to me was Carlson's Paint, and they always had these cute little pens and stuff. Some really nice writing utensils I enjoy using.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, it's a thing. Once you get into one part of it, you kind of
Yeah,
have a weakness for all the parts.
yeah. I see you're also using microns.
Yeah, that I recently rediscovered those. I used to use these in the 90s for notebook writing. And since I recently got back into notebook writing,
Mhm.
I wanted to find a set. So I had to go down and, track down a set. And I love these.
Yeah, you can refill those with India ink.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you just got
I
to
didn't
take
know
out the
that.
foam thing and resaturate it. It works pretty well, but I think that's what's in to begin with. I mean, I never liked the microns too much. They're really expensive. And they didn't, I don't know, they felt a little scratchy. I really like Staedtler pens. They make the exact same thing, and I
Mhm.
think they're a little bit smoother to write with. But
I kind of like the
it's a
delicacy
nice
of the
selection
microns,
now.
though. It
Yeah,
forces
you
you
get
to
some good,
be delicate with what you're doing.
yeah, you get some good variation with them.
Mhm. But I'm not. Yeah, I'll have to figure out how to refill these because I mean, this was one of my original ones from the 90s when I used to do
Oh,
a lot
wow.
of writing. So I mean, it's
And
dry.
it lasted that long?
Yeah,
My only micron only lasted like 2 months.
really.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like that was my experience too. But for some reason, this one worked for a really long time. And
Yeah, well, you can take a pair of pliers and pull that black cap off the back end, the little
Okay.
stopper, and the foam insert should just pop out.
awesome. Thank you.
Nice.
So yeah, I've just info dumped all my latest obsessions.
Yeah.
Might as well just skip over me.
Oh. Oh, well, that is very exciting, Ted. And I had to call you out because you were showing it, and I was like, oh, that is so cool.
Well, she mentioned it, and I was really excited about that clamp thing, and I still got to
Nice.
figure out something to do with it. But I mean, it's so
Nice.
ingenious and just weird,
Yeah, yeah,
but really practical.
yeah. Very cool. Excellent. Susan, was there anything else new with you?
No, I'll just be happy to listen to what everyone else has to share.
Okay. Well, it's always good seeing you. And it's good seeing you too, Ted.
Thank you. Can I go now?
And as a segue,
Yes.
Ted, I have one of those too.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Made in Mexico. That one was made in Mexico. And so, hecho en Mexico, or Aco Mexicana. So that's where
Oh,
I'm pretty sure I got this in Mexico.
okay.
Interesting. Yeah, there's so many different. I mean, just like typewriters, there were so many different solutions to the problem of binding paper into a thing. For I guess during the 50s and 60s, that was just something that you threw all these designs out and see which one succeeded. And you got
But-
some weird over-engineered designs, but
I'm pretty sure this is no older than 10 years.
really
So still made 10 years ago.
interesting.
There are some newer types of paper folders that do binding. I remember back in grade school, we had these paper binders that had a 3-ring brad type of binding on the spine. With the 2
Mhm.
metal tabs, you just put your 3-ring hole punch there and then the tabs down. And that was really convenient.
But that's very inexpensive and efficient. So that's the kind of thing that rises to the top of the market. And I noticed that Curry was making a prong notebook earlier in the stream.
Oh. Nice.
So you went with the vertical orientation.
Yes, I'm gonna have to try a bunch of different ones and see how it
Mhm.
works out. But I needed something hard, like a hard cover for the back. And I
Mhm.
had cut up some cereal boxes a while ago to use as postcards. So that's kind of cool to have on the back. So we got that. And I've got like I don't know if you guys have drumsticks. What else
Oh,
do we got?
yeah.
There's the other Lucky Charms guy, but I've got a few of these kicking around, so we'll try that out. And
Nice.
but yeah, I got my prongs yesterday.
Got his puncher.
My 2-hole punch isn't quite as nice as Daniel's. This is just your standard made in China, but it does the job. So I'll keep my eyes open for something a little bit more interesting.
You know what I wish is those things had backstops so you could set the depth of the hole punch.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's one thing I noticed was missing. And it's kind of a fixed hole punch, and it's kind of in. Like I like to, when I'm binding my notebooks, I like to punch the holes so the prong is just right on the edge of the paper. So it's actually a pretty shallow punch, and I have a lot more space to write in. So that's I kind of need a backstop. I'm hoping I can find one of those 2-hole punches with a backstop and figure out what brand it was and what I can recommend.
Ted, have you thought of putting in your own backstop using like a thick piece of cardboard, just a thin line that you can place in there?
I mean, I suppose you could with those, but I'm actually using a Wilson Jones Hummer, which has backstops. You can set the exact placement of the holes. Yeah, there you go. Like Brian's got there.
Oh, so it's the hole placement to the edge of the paper then, right?
Yeah.
Or is it the placement of the holes along the paper?
The placement of the holes is about 1/8 of an inch inside the edge of the paper. Because it's basically the pressure from the prong that's holding the whole thing together. And
so are you using these for handwriting or for typing? This is something that's now removable, right?
Well, that's the whole point that I was trying to do, is so that it could be easily removable. Like I have.
Yeah, I really like that idea. I mean, I've been using, I don't know, the field notes. Which is a staple bound style of notebook. I've used that for a while, so again. And I just had a little bit of a leather cover that I made for it. But yeah, I did not like the idea that you couldn't type in it, but I wasn't able to figure out anything that was slim enough to fit in the pocket that was removable.
There's your answer right there.
Yeah, I guess I'll
show in the box, Curry.
Box of those.
It's 2 3/4 inch prong fasteners from ACO.
Okay, I'll take a look at that. And I did also see tiny ring binders for 3x5 cards. Have you seen those?
I have seen them. I can't find any. Like I didn't buy any.
eBay. It was I saw one on eBay. It was a clear mylar binder. Now I was wondering if you could grind the rivets off and put that on like leather or something.
You could, yeah.
Yeah, exactly like that.
There you go.
Yeah,
is that like a little address book?
It's my wife gave that to me, and it's blanks. I mean, the paper is blank, and I have more refills. And there is no make or brand. And I'm not sure where she bought it. It's a gift, so I don't know exactly. I have 2. I have little llamas here, and then butterflies.
That's a really excellent size.
It is. And this one was, I was typing haikus, and I was typing a haiku a day and putting them in. And that was my first attempt at a stamp, like a handmade stamp, like a heart.
It's really nice. Yeah.
So it's a little ring binder, and
paper size.
It's thicker though. Like it fits in a pocket, but it's a bit thicker than what
I also wanted pen storage. That's why I opted to make my own.
Oh yeah.
It will fit if you have a let's say a pen and you can insert it.
Yeah.
But a short one.
Yeah.
And maybe with a clip or something like that. So that's my cool little
excellent
haiku binders.
So I have let me show you real quick. Let me make myself big. There we go. Okay. So I have this one. It's an ACO Model 60.
Okay.
And these
can move
you
around.
unscrew them, and you can move the backstop.
Can you move the punch towers or the backstop?
You move the backstop.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I
What
think
is
I can
that?
show
Do you know what model number it is?
model 60.
Okay. Yeah, that would be
Right.
perfect right there.
Yeah, there's a good look. You see this metal plate, the shiny metal plate is the backstop. And it doesn't move a lot. Maybe, what is that?
How shallow can it go?
Well,
Set it
I
shallow
did,
and punch something for us.
I did this on the most shallow.
That's perfect. That would be
So-
exactly the same distance that I punch mine.
And it has the faux wood grain.
Awesome. So ACO Model 60 is what you're
Echo
looking
Model
for.
60. Yeah. Yeah, that's my older one. And then I have a more modern one that's very nothing special. But my prong fasteners that arrived, they're actually from Office Mate. So I'm not familiar with that store. Here we have Office Max, I think. And of course Staples, but this is Office Mate. But I picked it up on Amazon. Yeah. I realize that some parts of the prong are actually pretty sharp.
Yes, they can be very sharp.
Oh man, it was a little dangerous, but yeah. Yeah, so that's well, at least let's see. Let me just make myself big. Since I have the spotlight right now, I might as well show you my little bit of show and tell here. So this is my planner, and I should show you the planner itself. It's a Hobonichi Techo, and it's just like a daily planner on very, very, very fountain pen friendly paper. But it didn't have a cover, so basically I bought this.
Ooh, riveter.
And it's was made in China. I'm not sure what the brand is offhand.
That looks painful.
Yeah, that could be. So basically with that tool, you can punch a hole in the fabric, in this case felt. And then you can also put the little snap on there. Yeah, so it's just kind of a wrap. And I thought this could possibly work for the everyday carry notebook, something like this.
Yeah, real easy.
But then I thought, well, but the everyday carry notebook, it has variable widths or thicknesses, I should say. So maybe it would be better to have something that can expand with the notebook.
Right.
And this is actually another one I made for, let me get it the right way here. So I made this one. It just has a piece of paracord and just a little knot at the end. And you can, it's hard to do this up in the air. And you just wrap it around and then tuck it under. Yeah. And that, you can fit any thickness basically. So yeah. So if your everyday carry notebook needs a cozy home, you might consider something like that.
Nice warm wrap.
Yeah. Or if you want to take some measurements and give that to me, I can make you one. Yeah.
I might just do that. It's
yeah.
5 1/4. Oh,
I don't have it back right now.
See, if you had an everyday carry notebook and with a pen,
I know, huh?
you would have it right there with you. Just saying.
Okay, here we go. You said 5 1/4?
No, 5 1/2 wide.
5 1/2.
It would be the outermost dimension with the pen holder would be 4 1/4. No, 4 1/2. I should
Okay.
measure this on a thing. That's it. My requirement was that it fit in a shirt pocket. So,
Okay. Do you have a thickness for it?
thickness right now it is about measuring thing right here. Okay. Looks like a half an inch.
Okay. Just so I have an idea, so that I'll make this kind with the paracord,
Sweet.
because it'll, yeah.
Keep my notebook warm.
Yeah, there you go. An EDCN cozy.
Yeah, exactly. I have tea cozies.
Anyway, that was my show and tell. So there you go.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, thanks. Oh, let's see. My goodness. Where did I leave off?
Well, I'm gonna dip out. Thank you very much for hosting.
Okay. All right. Well, it's always good seeing you, Lucas. Thank you
Good
so
to
much.
See all of you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Thank you for the Oliver pencils.
Oh yeah, you got them. All right, that's great. Awesome. Hope you like them.
Yeah, they're great.
Where that came from.
Cherry on top.
Nice.
I did get these other pencils. It's branded for Typewriter Chicago. Just cute. There's a company
Oh, cool.
down in Texas, I believe, called the Lucky Pencil Company, and they do custom pencils, which is really cute.
Ah, cool.
All right, well, thank you again, and I try and see you
All
another
right.
time.
See you next time. All right. Curry, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Very good. Very good.
Good, good.
It's
Yes.
been a fun day so far.
It has. There's lots of things to explore in the typewriter
Oh my goodness.
Typepals world these days, man.
I know.
And then you start looking for things. I was talking with Sean, and Sean was posting around Christmas time about vintage shaving stuff. And I
Oh,
said, where did you find that? He said, no, you just got to start having your eyes open and you'll find it. And sure enough, we went out and we did a road trip to a couple of antique shops, and sure enough, these things start, your eyes open to them. And
yeah.
just like the binding clips and stuff yesterday, just like I saw the box of binding clips, and it was sort of open and just sort of a box of junk, and they were sort of falling out everywhere. So well, if this is around, there's got to be a 2-hole punch around. And sure enough, about a foot or two away, there was the 2-hole punch.
Oh,
So,
cool.
yeah, it's funny how that works.
Or like
Yeah.
that's not a hen on nest. What's
Oh,
that?
Ooh.
Whoa.
Butter dish.
Uranium glass.
It was cute.
Uranium glass.
You guys are bad influences.
Yeah. And then I don't know about calculators. Any of you collect calculators? So
I do.
I found this little guy
Nice.
yesterday as well. It needs the battery replacing. It is solar, so it'll run off of solar, but it still works.
But then it's supposed to have the backup battery, right?
Yeah. So of course it's a 2016 battery instead of a 2032 that I have a whole plethora of. But
Oh,
okay, well, we'll get a 2016 battery for it. But
yeah.
those are always fun. So I've got like, a Sharp 540, and it was in its original box with the manual and everything. So that's a whole other thing that you could go down if you're not careful. But I don't have too many of them. But like Becky was saying a while ago, she says all of a sudden, why is there a stapler collection in this house? And then I was on the lookout for letter openers for a while, and then the same day that we were digging around and we found all the shaving stuff, then I didn't buy any of the shaving stuff, as you can tell, scruffy. But yeah, found like 2 letter openers in the same day. So
Wow.
it just depends what you're looking for. Yeah,
Exactly.
self-tuned
Exactly.
to it. So yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, but no, not too many new typewriters for me.
Okay.
We pretty much got almost wiped out over the Christmas season, and this last week we sent another one out on Wednesday. So Becky sold SM9 on Wednesday, and then oh yeah, sure, Ted, yeah, dig out all the calculators, the paper ones and everything. Yeah. But
Joe sent me this one.
Oh,
And
I love those kind of displays on them. I'm not sure what those displays are called, but Ted would know.
You mean this one right here?
Well, the one that Brian has there, Ted.
Oh,
That kind of
what is it? Vacuum something or other?
Vacuum fluorescent.
Yeah, that's it.
yeah.
Oh.
I remember getting one like that. It was like a Texas Instruments one or something like that when I was little.
Yeah, this is a TI.
And it had red numbers on it, and I think
those
relatives
are
from England
LEDs
had sent it over.
The
But
red
yeah,
ones are LEDs. The blue-green ones are VFL, vacuum fluorescent.
yeah,
VFD.
yeah.
Right.
Very nice.
Yeah, you have 2 new typewriters for stock, basically.
But yeah, what's the screen on the side of yours there, Ted?
This funky thing was sent to me by Gregory over there, and
There. Sounds like he's to
basically
blame.
you can write on
Oh,
this,
what?
Oh,
and then you push this button, and it goes away.
like a modern Etch-a-Sketch.
Yeah, it's kind of like a electronic etch-a-sketch, and it's got a stylus you can use to write your notes.
Crazy.
Then when you're done, you just get rid of it.
So it doesn't save it or store it anywhere. It's
No,
just,
it's just
It's
basically an
a-
etch-a-sketch.
One big LCD element.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's
Yeah.
one cell, and then you just put voltage through it. It clears the state.
Exactly. Yeah, so it realigns the crystals.
Yeah.
but
Now
so
I'm
it'll
curious-
remain there for a good amount of time, but it won't sort of, will it fade away or?
I haven't tested what Gregory wrote on it when he sent it to me was
Oh,
still
okay.
perfectly clear when I got it.
Oh.
So
Oh,
Cool.
wow.
he wrote me a little note on it. So it's it doesn't just go away. You need to apply an electrical current to clear the crystals.
Yeah.
So
Would that be during the palm phase, you think? What year would that be?
yeah, I think this is brand new.
Yeah.
What?
It does look old.
Didn't
Yeah.
you get it like
Wow.
Yeah, I believe in supporting the Chinese economy. So yeah.
Yeah.
Um, so that technology is more famously used by I'm not gonna remember what it's called now. They even have them at Staples, like in the like
E-ink.
planner section.
is it E?
No, not e-ink. It's a particular brand. Not bamboo. I forget what it's called now. Blackboard or something like that. But they make ones that are just like that without the calculator. So then when I was deep diving on AliExpress and I saw this calculator that had one of those on the side, I was like, well, I have to get this for Ted.
Oh yeah.
It's very appreciated. Those are my calculator collection.
Excellent.
So,
There's
again,
nothing else like
you
it
know,
in your
you're
collection,
interested
right?
in one thing, you're interested in all of it. So
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm glad the message survived, but I suspected there wouldn't be a way for it to erase itself. So
yeah, once you know how it works, which is
yeah.
you're just disrupting the orientation of the crystals, and then you have to actually do something positive to clear it. So
Yeah. Excellent.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So
And
anyways,
I-
we got to replenish our stock. We got wiped
Yeah.
out.
Oh,
So
okay, yeah.
Managed
Is
to
it,
pick up
is it
another.
magnetically sensitive? Have you tried putting a magnet over it?
I have not. Let him tell the story, and I'll test it.
Okay.
But yeah, I managed to pick up another SM9 wide carriage SM9 on Friday.
Oh.
That'll turn around and resell. And then the fellow that was selling it, he was like all apologetic because when I showed up to get it, he's like, "Oh, I screwed it up last night," and he had flipped it over to look at the look underneath it, and then he had pushed the carriage release and moved the carriage, and then it got caught in the mainspring mechanism. So,
Oh boy.
so it wouldn't move. It was like jammed. So I said, "Oh, no problem. We'll fix it." He's like, what do you need? A couple of flathead screwdrivers? Oh yeah, sure. So I just fixed it right there on the spot and bought it from.
Oh wow.
So he's like his parents had bought it like 40 years ago. It's like it's a 1976 SM9, and it's like almost pristine. So
Nice.
it's always nice when you find those, and you can then sort of you don't have to do a whole lot to it. But yeah. So I'm sure we'll sell that one, and then we've got more inventory to sell. And then we were out hunting yesterday.
What's a white carriage SM9?
Wide carriage?
Oh, wide.
Is it
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
new
12
style, the
inch.
white with the flat?
No. It's a 12-inch carriage, right?
14.
Yeah, this is 14.
I
Yeah,
shouldn't
there we
know
go.
these things, but I do. Say, guys.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's sort of like a bigger case. So the one that had just sold, and actually, if I let me just hang on, I'll select my other camera here.
Danielle, you're right. It's wide and white.
Yeah.
No, I heard white, and it was totally like my mistake. It's like
Yeah,
he
it
said
is
wide.
wider than normal. Normally the carriage would just be the same.
Yeah.
But then yeah, this and I've got one that's wider as well. I don't know how wide they came, but yeah, this one is in really nice shape.
But
It's so clean. There's not much wrong with it at all. There's a little bit of dirt in it. Clean the type, and it'll be good to go. So yeah.
I think all typewriters should be built like that, where you can just lift up the whole body.
Oh, flip it up like this.
Yeah, I love that. Oh man, very cool.
Yeah. So that was nice. Yeah, he'd never used it. His parents had bought it, and doesn't look like they used it a whole lot. Which is, it's so funny to find that there's machines out there like that. That somebody had a thought at one point to, I'm going to buy a typewriter and then buy it and then barely ever use it. But
Yeah.
every so often somebody comes along and they've got like a brand new, like one that was bought and then just shoved in a closet and never used ever. So
Yeah.
quite amazing.
1976, there's computers in universities and stuff like that. I mean, if you're kind of on the tail end of the useful life of the typewriter.
Yeah.
76?
Oh, and then you're royal.
Yeah.
1976. It's before PCs.
Yeah, before PCs, I said in universities.
They got it here.
They existed. They were around.
Okay.
I don't
That's another
understand
wide one there, Curry. That's amazing. Is that 20 inches?
Another wide one with this one here.
Oh wow.
No,
Wow.
I think it's just the 14-inch KHM. So it's got the 14, the KHM 14-193-9560. So it's a little dirty.
It's like it'll clean up nicely.
Yeah, but if you have a look, oh yeah, is it? Yeah, 14.
Well,
Yeah, it's 14. You're measuring the platen, though, right? Platen width.
Oh, platen, is that
Yeah,
how they do
yeah,
that?
14-inch platen.
Oh, 14.
Yeah, measure all the other stuff. Yeah, it's wider. But if you look in here, you can see there's a slight bulge to the platen. A little bit of
Yikes.
a bulge there. So I don't know whether that is anything to do with the core or whether just getting the rubber replaced on it will fix that. Anybody ever encountered that? You can see it's flat there. And then if I turn it, actually.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that kind of looks like a core bulge.
Yeah.
Is it caused by heat?
Well, I mean, some of them have wooden cores.
Oh, core.
Oh
Okay.
yeah.
So, I mean, if something gets in there, it can expand the wood,
Yeah.
and that could be a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a 30s.
Yep.
Okay. It could still have a wood core.
Yeah, well, we'll dig it apart and we'll see what's going on with it. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. Because why else it wouldn't bulge because of the rubber?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I wonder if JJ could do anything with that one.
What do we do with that one, may I ask?
Yeah, I don't know how
Well,
they would.
you'd have to. I mean, it's tough because the wood's already damaged.
Yeah.
So I mean, you wouldn't just want to lay that down because then you got a
still
soft
have to move
spot.
down, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So replacement kind of looks like your only option.
We'll have to keep an eye out for another one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if it was made out of wood originally, someone can make a new one out of wood today.
Yeah, it's
There's
just a
nothing
dowel.
miraculous about it. Just needs to have the right tools.
Daniel,
Yeah.
you got a lathe, don't you?
Yep.
So there you go.
Make another
It's
chip
the
to Ottawa,
long,
Daniel.
it's a long drill. What I have in mind is the long drill to drill through.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Unless they glued two halves, it's also possible that they have two
Like the
halves.
hole is made out of something,
With
right?
they put a groove, then they glue them together, and then they turn. So you can have like two squares, well, two rectangles glued together, and then that's turned on a lathe, and then you have your core. And then you need the metal. You need to fit all the metal hardware on the core.
Yeah.
It's
I think you
Brian.
can.
feasible.
I have your answer. This is a magnet out of an 8-inch hard drive.
Uh-huh.
So pretty strong.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And it has absolutely no effect on
Oh,
it doesn't
Oh.
erase it or add anything. So
now we know.
yeah, it
So,
seems pretty durable unless you push that button.
yeah,
Yeah. Very cool.
thank you.
Excellent, excellent.
It was
All
good to
right.
see everyone. That was my
Yeah,
update.
good to see
we're
you
gonna
too.
probably scoot here in a little bit because it's actually
Okay.
a lovely sunny day out here in southwestern Ontario, as you can see. So we're gonna not stay inside all day.
Yes. Excellent, excellent. All right. Well, so it was good seeing you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Colby, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you, Gregory. It's
Excellent.
always nice to be here.
Very good.
I've been getting a lot of really great letters, so much so that I had to turn off my typel to get back to them. I know that there are even a few people here, Yvonne, Sean, waiting for responses. The problem is I'll start writing it and I'm like, okay, this is a good first draft. And then, wow, I don't think he wants to know about what my Christmas plans are anymore. So,
Oh.
but yeah, I hope to get a few letters out here soon. Been getting some really nice ones. Thank you so much for those who sent letters. I've been working on, as many of you know, I've been working on an Oliver renovation project. It's been great. I got a typewriter from the Wisconsin area through Goodwill. I talked about that, how it got here amazingly in one piece. And it wasn't the greatest machine, but that was what I was looking for. My goals for the project is to learn more about the machine, try to break it down and take a lot of notes so I can share it with the community. I've been doing really good on the first two. still have a lot to updating. And in fact, for those that are following me, I do have an announcement. I acquired a second Oliver.
Ah.
I jumped on it. I jumped a little bit too quickly. I thought I would be able to drive and get it, but I got the city name wrong. It's funny when a city could be in two different states. I'm like, oh no, that's not a 6-hour drive. That's a 11-hour drive.
Oh.
And honestly, you guys probably had this too. It's like, you know what, maybe that I could do that. Maybe I could take the day off and go get it. But I reached out to the seller. I said, you know what, I'm not going to be able to get it. I can't get up there. I don't have any friends in the area. Someone had mentioned the Typewriter Underground, which is
Yes.
interesting
Railroad.
group. What was that?
Railroad.
Yeah, Typewriter Railroad. And it's I still wasn't able to get it. So I said, unless you're willing to ship it to me, because it was a curbside pickup, or not curbside, but front door pickup. He said, you know what, I could do that. Turns out that this gentleman had an Etsy shop for years. He had mailed out typewriters before, nothing like an Oliver, but he was just so much of an amazing seller. I had to share a picture. It was let's see here. Give me a second here. He mailed it through UPS ground. It arrived from the Seattle area in 11 hours. And for some reason, it's not showing my picture. I'll come back to it. But anyway, it's just a beautifully packed box, like nothing can move inside of this box. But the score itself was the machine. It was an amazing machine. I've already started dismantling it, so I can't really share anything, but I'll show you something that will give you an idea of its quality here. This is the one of the paper plates. You can see that it is just amazing. Like this has obviously been a machine stored very well for 100+ years.
Oh yeah.
But you can see that nice gloss to it. I've been seeing conversations on how some Olivers were a pearl gloss and others were a really nice gloss, like a matte and a gloss, but this one's really a glossy. Even you can see how the paint on the back is even better. And then the metal itself is the nickel plating is
Wow.
just fantastic. The
That's
machine is just
amazing.
really going to look nice. So my goal was to renovate the machine I have, and I realized, as many people do, that even though you can remove the rust and really clean it up as much as you can, it's got its wear and tear. It's obviously an old machine, and that's great. It's got character. You don't want to remove a lot of that, else it just becomes this. It looks shiny and new, but it doesn't have a lot of character to it. But I was looking for a more shiny machine. So I think that the one I'm working on is great. I've been able to dismantle it and work on it and put it back together. I've already dismantled, this is my third carriage. This is what a carriage looks like broken down in my world. I've got all of the fasteners and individual containers that are labeled. I learned the hard way that the most confusing aspect of this is when you're cleaning it, especially when you're cleaning 2 carriages at a time. If I put them all in one container to clean them with evaporust, I start scratching my head on figuring out where they went when they come out of that evaporust. So I decided to just pour them into individual containers here, and then I drained them and cleaned them, and now they're all ready to be put back together.
Nice.
My first carriage took 8 hours, 10 hours to break down, mainly because I was doing notes. I've never done it before in my life. I mean, I know where I can find liquids in my car, but that's about it. So when it comes to mechanics, this is a new process for me, really. But this carriage I broke down in 45 minutes. So it was really fast. Of course, the fasteners were a lot better, less rust. So I have a really great machine to work on here. It's so clean and shiny.
Wow. That's amazing.
So yeah, that's it for me. Just working on this Oliver here. Nothing too exciting in the typewriter world other than that. The one thing I really loved about the machine, it's complete. It's only missing one of the ribbon spool covers. It has everything else. It has the original ribbon dowels. I'm pretty sure it may have been the original ink. I can't understand on how this platen is so good. And like it must have been redone or something. Even the paper rolls are just they look fresh. One of these is cracked, so it is showing some age. But other than that, of course, they're very hard, but compared to my others, it just looks much newer, much less new or used rather. And sometimes you can tell that, especially with the Oliver and how hard it hits the platen. I think Sean was saying you can make like, half dozen carbon copies with each.
Oh.
So
Little corn cob.
I don't see any of that wear on this. This is my third platen now for an Oliver. This is from 1920, and I just can't believe that. So the story of this one is that it most likely was bought from the Seattle Oliver location, and it stayed in the area until it was bought at a estate sale in 1991 and owned by a couple for 30 years. They just had it on display.
Wow.
And it was been in the garage or the basement for the last 4 years. And so when it came to me, it was pretty dusty, but I'm really happy. I'm happy with the machine I found. And I've got a Oliver shirt as well.
Oh, nice.
Cool.
Yep, cool.
Yeah, so it's
Glad that you took notes too, because that's something that not many people do, but it's very necessary if there's going to be future people who need to learn from those notes.
well, I've been having a lot of when I started down this process, it was easy. I just bought a Ted Monk book. It was, but with the Oliver, yeah, you do have to search around, and I've noticed there's a lot of people that have come before me on this, and some of them have really great websites that showed what they do, and I've been motivated to do that myself, and
Mhm.
to really harness in my OCD to, like, I'm right now in the process. I could have put this together last night, but I'm in the process of photographing nice macro shots of all the fasteners,
Mhm.
and I'd love to be able to. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but the Oliver 9 manual that came out 105 years ago or whatever, the design on how they label their schematics is just so confusing. Some of the letters, if someone could find out what V2 means in their manual, I'll give you $10 because I can't find it anywhere. But even I was noticing on the shirt, they have very similar labeling for this. I think this is the original Oliver 1. So I'm thinking it's just during the time that's how they did it. It wasn't really made or designed for the public, in that and really, they wanted you to send it off to a place to fix it, really. I think so. I don't want to do that. I want to keep not only those who work on those companies alive, but also be able to, if someone owns an Oliver that it's just something's not working well, and they're hesitant about trying to crack it open and figure out what's wrong, I want to be able to break that wall and say, you know what, here's the resource of what I did, and you can do it too, hopefully.
And what's especially useful about what you're doing is that you're hitting it for the very first time. So you're going to run into all those assumptions that you had before being broken, and you can say that, I expected it to work this way, and it works this way. And that's very valuable to someone who is also approaching it for the first time.
Yeah, I appreciate that feedback. I've also noticed that, of course, each machine is different. I've heard people who are saying, "Oh yeah, it's an easy process." Easy. I was tearing down a carriage that probably sat in, a wet or at least, not climate controlled room for ages, and it had rust. And I shared my frustrations in here. It took me 4 days to remove one carriage screw that was broken. And the Oliver is known to have very buttery metal, that it could easily bend and break. And I can understand why. If the machine's not taken care of, if those fasteners have been frozen in there with rust, it's quite a different process than what I had with this new one. I timed it. It was, well, I maybe 45, maybe a little exaggeration, but about an hour. The first part of The Great Escape. We watched it in the background.
Awesome.
So yeah, I'm hoping to restore this so the next person who has this Oliver doesn't have to try so hard to keep it looking nice.
Yeah, so I just wanted to provide that bit of encouragement because I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah,
thank you.
Definitely.
Yeah, I don't really do that. Yeah, I mentioned before, I've been semi well known online in the past, and I just don't like that feeling. But this one, I'm really pursuing a social corner. So I've created like the Oliver Project, spun that up in Facebook or not Facebook, but Instagram, and I'm creating a blog. Some of you guys might be following that. I'm a little behind on that, but thousands of photos. I just need to organize my notes and publish it online. Hopefully someone will stumble on it in the future and go, "This is exactly what I need to save me 10 hours of my
how many
life."
people stumble on it.
What was that?
You'd be surprised how many people stumble on it. Once you provide information that's useful and good that people appreciate and like, you're not going to be wanting for customers. You're not going to be wanting for people paying attention to you or your work more more of it is about your work. It's not about you. It's about, what you've done and how that helps other people.
Yeah, I'm trying to skirt that line. Like, I'm making mistakes. I'm making a lot of mistakes, and
That's
I'm
super
also
valuable.
trying to share the process.
Mhm.
And so that's where I'm stumbling, because now I've done 3 different carriages, and I'm trying to share and be honest of what my process is and how it's changing. But I also don't want to get stuck in the weeds of saying, I did it this way, but long story short, you should do it this way, a little bit better. I don't want to go the route of you should do this or do that, because even the solution that works for me might not work for others depending on their machine. And I don't want to be some expert. I am not. I have never done this before, but I do want to share what I have learned on this in a way that's appropriate and concise.
Yeah,
And,
it's a
and
great
that's
service. It's a
Mhm.
great service of the way you're doing it, with your approach and everything. That's fantastic, because a lot of people that are like very knowledgeable or experts, they don't spend the time in documenting what they do, just because maybe they don't have time or they don't have the interest. But you are passionate about it, and you are saying, listen, I struggled with this, and that's okay, because like, some pretty videos on YouTube. There's a guy called Clock Spring that makes like fantastic videos about a recreation of old clocks, and he says like it takes 5 or 6 takes before you get it right. And then that's the one that you shoot, and then it worked. And there's little recognition of a process, that things are a process, and that it's okay to make mistakes. Even master watchmakers make mistakes. What's important is recognizing you've just made a mistake, and so you can fix it. Those that are um, a little bit, like strong-headed, make a mistake and don't even know they made a mistake, and they just leave it like that. So that's the worst thing. But making a mistake is a learning experience, and you documenting it is fantastic, because there is nothing like that right now out there. You are basically creating the Oliver service manual.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it's weird to say. It's weird to think about, that I feel like I'm in the typosphere now, probably more this year than any other, but enough so I can put my thumb on that. Like you said, Danielle, it's just the information's gone.
Yeah.
Information's in some dusty basement, just like the other Olivers, right? Those of us on here, especially Ted, who have saved a lot of that data and published online, that is fantastic. I would love just, a single sheet of information from some kind of Oliver manual for a repair guy would be
Yeah.
fantastic, but there isn't really much out there.
Yeah, and it's possible that there never was, because very old trades did not document, did not explain very well in a service manual how to service a machine. Especially in machine tools, in old machinery, wood machinery, metal working machinery. The people that used to work and repair those machines had apprenticed from a master mechanic, and then themselves they were mechanic. And so when they say like the parts go like this, they don't need to explain a lot, because the people had years and years and years of training. And that's why sometimes I wouldn't be surprised that Oliver might not have produced very much of a service manual,
Mhm.
because it thought that its own machines would be serviced by people that know, like how to take things apart. And that was the case for a lot of old tools and machines that they weren't serviced, like that did not have service manuals. I'm not saying that I know that they didn't have a service manual. I'm just saying it's possible that they never actually thought about producing a full service manual. They had a user manual, and then you had the person from the company that sold the typewriter that would service it to companies, like they might come from time to time to service. So you, let's say you and I are in business and we sell typewriters. Well, we also want the business from the people that bought the typewriter to call us for service. And so we know the machines and so on and so forth. That's why it's possible that there was never any service manual, but you're creating one, and that's going to be fantastic because I'm not an expert, and I could use that information. Like everybody can use information in a service manual at our level because that's not what I do every day. But your patience and your dedication is fantastic. It's just wonderful.
Thank you. Yeah,
There's a very clear delineation line between pre-World War II and post-World War II as far as documentation. Basically, pre-World War II, there's almost nothing at all. And post-World War II, all those people came out of the army, needed jobs, and their typewriters hadn't been sold new for, 4 or 5 years. And so the people were hungry, the customers or clients, the people in these countries were hungry for these machines, and a bunch of guys from the military had just been trained in office machine repair by the military. They had just established schools right in 1945, and so those schools had trained GIs, and they had gone out, and basically this huge wave of typewriter repair shops opened up, right after the war, World War II. And that's when you start seeing companies producing service manuals for these guys who'd been trained by the army, not by their factories. And so I think there's a very clear delineation line between, when that started and when before it had happened.
And if you align that with the history of Oliver, it becomes even more murky and foggy, because American Oliver ended up selling. They have, you can look online and find their advertisements on the newspaper of all the stuff they're trying to sell, like the whole warehouse of equipment, and all that went to the wind, and some of it was bought, including the company itself, and moved to England. And so it's interesting from the point of view of finding these old American machines. Yeah. And what you said, Danielle, it's funny. You said master mechanic. I have become a master naturalist about 10 years ago or so. And as a naturalist, I am a sketcher. I like sketching. And the one thing I like doing is identifying stuff I find. And I do that by sketching and knowing its parts. And that's the one thing that's a little frustrating for me because of the lack of information for the Oliver. It's hard to find the right terminology to use for these parts.
Right.
I'd love to have a part list. And so looks like I'm going down the route of not naming the parts, but just labeling the parts so it'd be easier to find, like, I don't know what connection went here. Someone showed the bottom of their Oliver and was missing a part. Well, what part is that? What's it called? So creating kind of a much better list of terminology for an Oliver is something I'd love to do. But I'm not a master technician, or I don't even know what a common name for some of these parts are. So it's been fun. I don't have it upstairs here, but the other day I just had this light bulb moment, and like, I have a book for this. I have a mechanic's guide, like thick, from 1940s, 12th edition, and I'm skimming through that, looking up screws and different names, cheesehead screws, and like, this is probably where some of those answers will come from. But again, I'm going down a path of learning what these things are, and then trying to figure out what to name them when I'm telling them to others.
Yeah, a cheesehead. Now that you understand that you have the cheesehead screw, you understand that they aren't made anymore, or almost not made anymore. So that was an old name for machines, like in woodworking machines and metalworking machines. You had a lot of cheesehead screws, and you don't find that at the hardware store, right? So,
nor the name. You talk to someone today that may be a master technician, unless they know their history. So it's been a fun game of trying to put myself in the 20s or the teens 100 years ago, and what terminology would they use? I mean, even the back spacer, we now use that term in a much different way, but it came from these old machines. So should I use the back spacer to refer to it, or something more commonly used today? So all these questions in my head about this project, and the typosphere has been very helpful.
Know your audience.
Colby?
Oh yeah,
Colby?
I'm sorry. Yeah, you've asked some questions. I apologize.
That's
Couple
okay.
of
No,
you
no,
reached out.
I have a, are you aware, and I've pulled up my copy of this, and there's only a couple of pages on the Oliver, but the textbook on typewriter repairing, there's a link to it on Richard Polt's site. It's from like 1912, and like I said, there's only a few pages on Oliver. Most of it's, Underwood Royal. Smith Premier is the main reason I download this onto my iPad, but basically it has exploded drawings on it. Let me hold it. Oh, here's like a page on the Oliver. And I don't know if you're, it's been very helpful to me trying to figure out, what the Smith Premier is trying to do.
That's funny. Hold up that again. I'll show you. Let's compare mine and that one. It's hilarious. It looks so much similar. Give me a second here. This is my, I'm sorry for taking up so much time here, Gregory.
Oh, no, not at all.
I've got my journal here. It's been helpful. I've been, just sketching, and then also typing pages out, leaving blanks for any drawings and stuff, like replicating. Someone asked earlier, I should say it before I forget yet again. It's the Oliver, I just had it open, my bad. I should know my own handle, right? The Oliver renovation. Oh wait, the Oliver project. So if you go to Instagram, Oliver project, I have a bunch of links in there to get the blog and stuff.
Oh, okay. It's just one word.
Yeah, one word. The Oliver
Okay.
project.
I'll look. Oh.
Sorry, your arm is getting heavy. Let's see if I can find it.
That's okay. Here's some more Oliver stuff. Whoop.
Here's my screws.
Oh yeah.
There's the one we were just talking about, the cheese head.
Cheese head. I think of
Must have made in
Green Bay
Wisconsin.
Packers fans when I hear the term cheese head.
Oh.
They had their cheese hats.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think in here these are referenced as Oliver's 3 and 5, but I'm sure the parts are similar on other machines.
Yeah, when looking up renovation of other Olivers, I've been seeing how they're slightly different as they go along, different updates and whatnot until I reach the 9.
Uh-huh.
Gosh, it's funny. You think you have everything organized, and then someone asks to show something and can't find it anywhere.
It's okay.
It must be laying downstairs where I was working last night. But anyway, yeah, I had there it is.
Ah, there we go.
I'll hold it up a little bit, Diane. Scroll down a little bit on yours. Yeah, right there. This right here is what you have on yours.
Oh.
That's funny.
Huh.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have volume 1 of that book,
I know.
which has all the descriptions and instructions.
Oh.
Volume 2 is just the illustrations.
I've looked, and it's like I've found a few leads as to where maybe it could be found.
If you can find a copy and scan it, that'd be excellent.
I want to, because I really want it for that Smith Premier information, and it drives me bonkers, and I just need to make.
I actually bought volume 2 because I thought it was volume 1 and 2.
Oh,
But
did
I
you?
only got the second volume, and it's only like 20 pages of illustrations in a hardbound cover.
Wow.
So it's like, man,
What's the name of it? What's the name of the
Textbook
guide?
on typewriter repairing.
Yes.
Yeah, this is one of the only pre-war books that I've ever seen. Published by Thorpe and Martin. So,
Yeah. Wow.
Well, thank you for that lead, you two.
Yeah, but
That'll
this
help
is
out.
it's that thick.
Mhm.
Jeez.
I'm like, why couldn't you bind the rest of the volume in here? It's not like
Yeah. It's like, seriously, people?
why did you have to split them in two?
Dumb, dumb, dumb.
It
Yeah.
probably cost a lot to do the pictures, the photographic plates, and you probably didn't have to buy the book if you didn't want those pictures.
But you could still bind them in there.
Yeah.
And it's like, come on. Anyway, so
Maybe they
yeah,
kept-
volume 1 is highly desired.
Yes.
Volume 1 is probably they kept them in print for a while. People would have to refer
Mhm.
back to it, so they have to buy it.
You know, someone should look who lives in someplace on the East Coast with a big library, like New York.
Library of Congress has one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
I know that.
then it's available for us then? No,
I
probably
don't
not.
think I think you have to go there.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
go down there with your
Yeah,
library.
who's in
card.
It's not
DC?
scanned yet.
Who's in DC?
And
Why
I'm not
isn't
real
it
sure they'll let you scan it either. So
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
probably not.
Why?
eventually, hopefully, they will scan it and put it online.
yeah,
Why
well, that'd
isn't
be
it
nice.
scanned?
Yeah, yeah.
Because
They've
you're
also got the D.E. Fox book, David E. Fox book from 1950, which is also, we've got there's a copy of it on Richard Polt's site, but it's a very, very bad scan. So, if we could get a hold of a copy, we could get a good scan.
Yeah.
After that, you can make books.
Yeah. Or give it to Ted and let him make the books.
I'll make books. I'm happy to make books. I'm good at that.
Ted, did you mention a while ago that you were working on some for Oliver, or I don't want to step on any toes?
No, I'm working on administrator, Diana, the Royal Diana.
Got it.
Originally from Germany, used to be the Orga, and was transferred to Holland. No, transferred to Holland, and they were made in the old Hallberg plant. So there's a short range, about 20 years worth of machines to cover.
Cool.
Design didn't change much. But
Yeah, I guess then my goal hopefully is to publish some PDF to start with on just know your Oliver.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Because I've heard feedback when I've looked online. I've seen, I'd love to be able to do this, but man, I don't want to take apart. I've heard about certain aspects of this, and it's sad because I'd love to see these Olivers continue to work into the next generation.
What you're doing is not only providing information, you're providing permission, because a lot of people feel they need permission to do a thing. And by explaining how to do it and saying, I've done this, you can do it, you're giving them permission, which is a big hurdle for a lot of people. They don't want to mess it up. They don't want, they don't want to be responsible for something. They don't want to, wreck it. And it's like, if you say, no, you can do this.
It was full of anxiety. Yeah. Especially when I'm like, oh no, I put this way wrong, or I don't know where this goes. And especially when dealing with two carriages, you got some of the double parts, like, oh, I'm assuming this went to the one I did not put together. But it's been a lot of fun, but it's a big hurdle for me. I feel like I've gotten over it. I felt really confident breaking this down. I have no anxiety about putting it together. It's more fun than anxiety than the last time.
Makes a big difference. Big difference.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for letting me chime in here, Gregory. It's
of course
always walk away with something to look up, something to read, something to look into.
That's what we're here for.
Now call on Sean and see how fast it takes him to get to his desk.
I know. Oh, that's funny. Sean? He might be a while. I suspect he's occupied.
Otto.
You know, going back many episodes of Typewriter Club Live, there was the whole discussion of a typewriter in the bathroom. So
Oh, yeah,
he,
yeah.
he could be typing right now.
I would not do a Zoom call in the bathroom now.
Yeah. Instead, we'll talk to Brian. Brian, how are you doing?
I'm good.
Excellent, excellent.
See that? Not a whole lot going on. I got this
Wilson Jones.
Jones
Ah,
punch. So that's kind of fun.
nice.
I didn't realize you couldn't see my desk.
Ah, there we go.
I'm using my iPad today, which I almost never use. So a little bit different. Let's see. My little bird. My little bird is from the 1950s. It's a child's table lamp, but I took the bulb out of it, and it's got LEDs.
Oh, nice.
And it goes back and
Nice.
forth. It's kind of hard to see because it's so bright. Yeah, and I had lost the code for it a long time ago. I don't know where the source code is, so I'm going to have to reprogram it. And I was looking at doing that. There we go. That's better.
Yeah.
I showed you my calculator. I don't really have anything typewriter to show.
That's okay.
Greg.
Yeah.
My dad was just telling me in 2 weeks I'll be driving from LA out back here. And want to stop and have breakfast again?
Yeah, definitely. That'd be
Okay.
awesome.
We'll figure it out.
Very cool. Yeah, yeah.
I'll be swinging through Riverside. So.
Nice, nice.
Did you guys have any of the flooding or the terrible rains that California had?
Well, we get the flood warnings, but honestly, in the area where we live, we're pretty safe both from fires and floods and all that. So, and earthquakes. So I feel very fortunate that way. But it isn't too far away that they do have flooding, but fortunately in this area it hasn't been an issue. But our courier at work was actually telling me that his sister lives in Northern California, and they were, that's where things are really crazy. So yeah, I feel very fortunate to live where I do. So yeah, but yeah, no flooding here. So tons of rain though.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
I'm glad you're okay.
Yes, definitely. And how is Kola?
Ko's well. Ko's napping over here. I'll turn around and show you. Can you see him?
Just about.
Let's keep. I'll move his head up.
Oh, there he is. He looks very relaxed.
He's good.
Sleepy
being-
puppy.
Your fans talking to you. He's very
Oh
cute.
man, I want that dog. Can I borrow it?
I was leaving.
Oh,
Hey, I can show you while I'm here. I had this in the cabinet for a while. I got my mom one of these too, and I showed that one.
ooh,
I
yes.
don't think I've shown this one. It's a postal scale.
Yeah. Those actually go for a lot of money.
Yeah, this is the other one was in better shape. The metal looked better, so it's one I gave to my mom. But this one is still pretty fancy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I was looking.
corner of my shot, so I figured I'd show that.
Yeah.
The actual typewriter stuff to show.
That's okay. We like seeing things.
Yeah, lots of things, lots of weird.
Yeah,
things.
I know, right? And there's Koa again. Excellent.
Let's see. Oh, I've got something interesting. It's weird. I I don't know where this came from. I found it at a Goodwill years ago. This is a notebook made of circuit boards.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that is very cool.
It's just an unpopulated silkscreen board. So
Okay.
and it's drilled and everything. It just has this
Nice.
hinge, and it has two screws that hold the paper in.
Okay.
Note, but I probably don't want to share it online. There we go.
Do you know if the holes are what 2 3/4 apart?
I haven't
Like
looked at the spacing. I'll
Okay.
get my calipers out.
I'm just wondering if the handy dandy 2-hole punches would work with that.
Wow. Sorry,
I was at one point I was looking into binding books that way with screws. I think they're called Texas screws or something, or anyway.
Chicago screws.
Chicago screws. Okay.
Okay, looks like edge to edge.
You're thinking pronghorn fasteners, Gregory, because of Texas.
It's 3 and it's 3.235.
Okay, so it sounds like it's not standard then.
No.
Okay. It's proprietary.
Yeah, I don't know where this thing came from. I don't know if it was sold someplace or just some guy made it.
Yeah.
I seem to remember those were made by and you'd get them at swap meets and stuff. Like people
really?
would depopulate old computer boards and make notebooks out of it.
Yeah, this one looks like it never had stuff in it unless they took it out with like a hot air station. But
Okay.
they just never had been populated. Like they were
Just the plain boards. Yeah.
They were seconds from the etching place.
Okay.
It's got surface mount and 2-hole stuff. So I don't know what the boards are from. It's just interesting since you talk about little notebooks.
Yeah. Nice.
I lost it in my desk and I was cleaning out the drawer the other day. And I found this. That's where that was.
My wife gave me a little notebook made out of 3.5-inch floppies.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I've got new orders, Power Corruption and Lies, and the single for Blue Monday, and they're cut like a floppy disk.
Oh, cool.
They cut out in the middle.
Yeah. Very cool. Excellent. All right. Well, okay. Well, it's so good to see you and Coab, as always. It looks like Diane has stepped away. Bill, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay.
Excellent.
Good to see everybody this year.
Thank you for representing Cheap Trick. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Still one of my favorite bands ever since high school. So yeah.
Yeah, lots of good music.
Yes, definitely.
I don't have much in the way of show and tell. I was watching via YouTube earlier on, and I think Daniel was showing some of his rulers. So
yes,
made me think, I don't know if I've ever shown this before, but I have all kinds of different rulers. And so this is, here's your regular stainless steel ruler, but on the other side is a centering rule. And so if you're trying to find a midpoint of, a piece of paper or envelope or what have you, you can always do it with a regular ruler, but with this, it's much easier because it counts outward from the middle in both directions.
Mm-hmm.
Wow,
And,
that's very cool.
So this comes in handy, quite often. And I thought that was kind of a cool find years ago.
Yeah.
So just kind of a useful tool.
Do you remember where you found it?
Yeah, we used to have in one of our antique malls here in town, there was a guy that specialized in antique tools. And
Okay.
he had so much cool stuff. I bought so much stuff from him over the years. And with everything he sold, he would write up a description of, the year it was made, the company that made it, and then, anywhere from like 2 to 6 sentences about the item, all different kinds of details that he could provide. He was just so passionate about tools,
Yeah.
So it was rare to see his booth empty. There was always somebody looking around for something in there, and probably always the same guys, just like me, that every time they drop by that place would want to see what new things he had in his booth. And
Yeah.
then the only other thing I have, it's not even worth showing, but it made me think of it earlier. I have some, I don't remember how it's even pronounced, but like the repeatograph pens, the refillable ink.
Yeah. Drafting pens.
Yeah.
Oh,
which I've
okay.
had forever and a day. So when Ted was showing his micron pens earlier, it made me think of it, kind of
Yeah.
a similar idea. They're just designed to be easily refillable. And
Mhm. Well, now I
Okay.
know how to refill the microns. I'm very happy.
yeah, that was a surprise.
Yeah.
And then the only other thing is I had a request or question, vice versa, for you. I was wondering if there's a way to enable the join date, the date we joined the Type Pals list within our member profiles.
So to like display when you join?
Yeah,
Huh.
I
Probably.
was
I'll have to
guessing
look
the
into that.
database probably tracks that somehow.
Oh yeah. Oh
And
yeah.
so, like if you haven't visited the site in a while and you just wanted to try to scan through people to see who's joined here in 2022 or 2023 or whatever more recently, it'd be cool to be able to identify that, especially as memory becomes less and less clear.
Yeah. Yes. Now I know there's the advanced search feature, but I'm not sure what functionality it gives to me as an administrator and what it gives to members. I'll have to look into that.
Let's find out. Oh, you guys can keep talking. I'm gonna.
Okay.
I would think it
Excellent.
would probably only search on those fields that are actively being displayed.
Well, like on my end as administrator, I can find out, the people that joined in the last week or whatever.
Right.
It's easy for me to create that search. It's considered an advanced search, but again, I'm not sure if that functionality is available to the members. Now
No, it is not.
Oh, it isn't? Okay. Darn. Well, I know on the member profile pages, I can go in and tweak, what information is displayed and what isn't. So maybe that's a change that needs to happen. That's actually a very good idea. Yeah. So if it's doable, I will do it.
Okay. Yeah, I can't ask for anything more than that.
There you go. Perfect.
I would, hope that maybe that's a possibility, but I don't know. So
yeah.
But it's encouraging if it's something that you can actually search for at least. And
yeah.
so
Yeah.
I'll stay tuned to this channel.
Excellent. Yeah, because there's all kinds of information that can be displayed on the pages. It's quite configurable, so I would imagine that would be a possibility, unless they consider that like private information, which I don't see why that would be private. But like phone number and some other things. Obviously those should be private, like email address.
Sure.
That should be
You're
private. But
violating my HIPAA.
yeah.
Gregory, since we're talking about this, it would be
Yeah.
nice to have a feature on when you turn off. I have too many letters I need to respond to, so I turn it off. It also turns off your address. So it
Ah,
wouldn't be available to be viewed by someone looking for a pen pal.
yeah. Now, I do believe you as a member have the capability to actually turn off your profile so it doesn't even show up in the database.
Yeah, but I still want to be a member. I just don't want to, I don't want to receive any letters because I just have such a backlog right now to get back
Yeah.
to. I wouldn't
Well,
want someone to go and look and then say, oh, okay, here's one, but I had selected
Yeah.
no, even though my address is still showing.
Yeah. You would still be a member. It would just keep your page private, so only you would be able to see it.
Oh, I don't
But you
mind.
would,
Yeah, I
yeah,
just don't want someone to accidentally send me a letter. If I had selected no, it still shows the address.
yeah,
What I'm just suggesting, it'd be nice if when you do select no, it automatically removes your address, but keeps your profile
yeah.
public to the other users.
Alternatively, when you change that to no, you could even just take out your address.
Yeah, I'll do that.
It's not, I wish there was a feature that could more easily do that. And maybe that's
There
something.
is. I just checked
There
it.
is.
Yeah, you can individually, as a member, turn on and off all of these things, including showing the mailing address. You can flag it as showing to anybody, to members, or no access. So it's just a radio button. You just you set it, and your mailing address won't show anymore.
The way I've always interpreted that, if people have no for accepting new type pals, I interpret that as if they're not going to write back.
Yeah.
But I don't interpret it as you can't write to them.
That's a good way of looking at it, Bill.
It's hard to imagine people joining up for a list like this, the nature of it, and reject letters altogether,
Yeah.
and so, because I've actually written to one or two people that way, where I know I'm not going to get a response back, but I wanted to let you know about this or that or whatever, and so I'm clearly not expecting a response back, but since I had their address, I could let them know about, something, hey, if you're going to be in Portland with blah, 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 or whatever. I did that through, a letter, just because of the nature of our group.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Very good.
Did not consider that. Thanks, Bill.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sure.
Of course, some people, when they do receive the letters, they just completely feel compelled to respond, and they feel like it would be a slight to the other person. But again, in your letter to them, you could say, I know, I'm not expecting a response or whatever. And
well, and I did that.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
just a different take.
Much appreciated. Definitely. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely want to take a deep dive into the member profile pages and see if there is any helpful information that should be displayed that isn't, because some of the pages I just kind of went with what was already on there in the template. So I should see if there's other things that could be displayed. That's a very good idea. So
cool.
Yeah.
Well, obviously it's a leaps and bounds better back from the days when we just get the list emailed to us, with just the address and name, and that's it. So
Yeah. Yeah, that was funny. We very quickly outgrew that list because it went from, a couple dozen people in the list to I think we ended up with over 60. And then of course it's just the name, the address, and the date of birth for those that wanted to include it. And it's like, other than that, you have nothing to go on. So yeah, it is a huge improvement. So I'm glad I stumbled upon Wild Apricot. A strange name for software, but there you go. Yeah.
Is it any stranger than Apple?
Well, maybe if the apple was wild or
crazy apple.
or yeah, curious pear. No.
That's a different site.
There you go.
Actually, I have no idea.
I know, huh?
There you go.
Yeah, scary. Tread softly.
That's funny. Excellent. Well, Bill, it's so good to see you. Definitely.
Likewise.
All right. It looks like Diane is up to no good. How are you, Diane?
Oh yeah, I'm up to no good. Yeah. Uh-huh. I've been in and out, up and down. It's like I never anyway.
Anything new? You always have things to show us.
I'm sorry.
You always have things to show us. It's show and tell today.
Our family had a late Christmas yesterday, because on Christmas Eve when we were supposed to meet, the wind chills were in the -20s. I know the Canadians are like, that's nothing. Well, now it's something, and when you're going to be traveling with your 93-year-old mother in a car, it works, don't get me wrong, but the one day when it's so cold that they're saying don't drive, and you drive, and then something happens to your car and you're screwed.
Oh, no.
So we just said, no, we're not going to do this today.
Yeah.
And so we do a white elephant. And so for my white elephant, I received
oh, cool.
This is a plastic version of something that I have in wood in my kitchen.
Yeah.
But it's one of these, that basically Cracker Barrel has these sitting at the table in their restaurant.
Yes.
So you have something to do while you're waiting for your food.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. This doesn't really count, but this is new. It's
What
one of
is
these.
it?
It's a mouse.
Oh, a mouse. Oh,
It's
wow.
a mouse, and it's held like this. It's supposed to help
more
with your
ergonomics.
ergonomics.
Yeah.
Like I said, that's not really. It's obviously not typewriter related.
That's okay. That's okay. I'm sure probably everyone here has a computer, so.
Yeah, one of my coworkers recommended that to me because I was having some wrist pain right through here, and I mean it was starting to get bad, and I mean it's quite a difference from the normal mouse to this, and I figure what the heck, I'll give it a shot. If I need a second one, I'll just buy it and have it sent to work. This one is works, but I had it sent here because right now, well, I'm still working from home most of the time, and so it is what it is.
Okay. That's pretty cool. I should look into that because I'm using the mouse all day at work. So, Colby has something there. Is that a trackball?
Yeah, I switched over to this trackball about 15 years ago, and I haven't had any carpal tunnel issues since. Because everything is used on, there is no roll on the bottom. You're simply navigating just using your thumb, so your arm doesn't move at all.
Well, but that's the thing. It was my thumb that was it. It wasn't actually. It wasn't actually my arm. It was actually like right there on the side where the thumb actually is.
And it sounds like you went from a roll ball to what you have. Is that
right? I went from
those,
one, a normal standard normal standard mouse
Okay.
to this, and figuring, well, we'll give this a try. And so it's held differently.
Wow.
Yeah.
As opposed to, I guess, maybe the death grip. And anyway,
Yeah.
not that it's a death grip, but
Yeah.
it's a different, rather than this, it's this,
Yeah. Yeah.
for lack of a better description.
Yeah.
Um,
Exactly.
yeah, I don't really have anything. I wish I could show you something new. Well, actually, I could show you something that came back from the repair shop finally.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, we couldn't fix it because we couldn't get the screw loose.
Oh no.
I know, it's awful when you can't get the
Yeah.
dang screw loose, and it's like, yeah, I don't know. It got to the point where, okay, I'd rather not break the thing. I think I've shown it before.
You learn the value of those fasteners when they can't come out.
Well, since we were showing wide carriages earlier,
Oh yeah.
this
Yeah.
is the number 3. And yes, I'm sorry, I'm trying to look at it as I share it. There we go. This is not the widest carriage. This, I think, is the 14-inch carriage or platen. I don't know which. Or maybe it's a 14-inch platen. But of course, nothing beats the 16-inch, you know.
Wow.
And you know, I love to show it off.
Yeah.
But yeah, the first one I showed you, it has a busted type bar, and I had a type bar to replace it with, but the positioning of said type bar is like, oh, you can see the type bar over here, but the part on the basket is like underneath, and getting this off isn't the problem, but going into get the screw from over here, because of course on the way these baskets work. And yes, I can get it. I'm as bad as you, Colby, just with a different manufacturer. So trying to, yeah, and I actually have a spare basket. Yeah, I keep the basket.
You have a basket in a basket.
That's funny.
Yeah, this was a parts machine, but basically what I was trying to do was I was trying to get at one of these screws here on the bottom.
Oh no.
Yeah. And it's like, you know, I could get at it, but it wasn't coming loose. And, you know, I just hit a place where, do I really need to do this? And the answer basically is no, because basically what happened was one of the type bars, as you're looking at, there's basically one of them is busted. So it looks like it's got a busted tooth.
I could see wanting to do that for like an S or an A, but if I recall, it was for like the 3/4 key.
It was, and that's why I'm just like, okay, I did give it a shot, but I got to the point where no, I don't want to break it. So
Yeah.
I said no, and it's like, you know, it's one of these, I don't have the skill to do this, but it's one of these, I'll probably keep it with the machine. Maybe somebody else who has the skill can do that.
Yeah.
It is nice to
But
have that
it
basket.
ain't gonna be me.
You have a reference there. It's great that you have that extra basket to look at it and figure it out off the machine.
Oh yeah,
Definitely.
I have a bag full of spare parts. I bought a bag of, basically I bought a box of parts on eBay a while back. And when I sorted them, I tried to get the Smith Premier ones out, although at the time I didn't think about the screws, and probably some of those stayed with the bag, or the box, but I gave the box to the local repair shop.
Oh.
Figuring they could probably use more of that than I could, but I didn't, you know. And whenever I had it over there, you know, he actually pulled that bag out and said maybe there's something in here, and I did pull some stuff out of there. But yeah, I still would like to get a type sample off of that machine. I just got to put a ribbon on it.
Yeah.
So what happens when you press the 3/4 key?
You see a little piece of metal wiggling like that because there's enough that you can see it, but you know, it is what it is. It's one of these that came out of that Jacksonville, Illinois estate.
Okay.
Yeah, I had posted pictures about that on Facebook a while back, and it was basically my understanding is that the children went down into their late father's house, and well, apparently they were the people were hoarders, and they filled up one building, they built another building, filled it up, and they did this a few different times, but I guess they got to the bottom, and this was in like the actual house. They got down there and there's clothes, and as they got the clothes out, they found this huge typewriter and office machines collection. And it was like, whoa.
Yeah.
So the strata of office machines was below clothing? Archaeologically
Apparently,
speaking.
I only saw pictures of that, and it's like, I could not quite imagine that. I mean, I can, because I know of a friend of mine kind of has that issue, but I'm not going to go there here. Not the forum for it. But anyway, so yeah, it was like I showed up there, and it's about a 2-hour drive for me to go there one way, and I went up there about 5 different times, and you know, between I had a few people, one person come down from Chicago, he took some stuff, and then another guy from like Kansas City vicinity, he came with a big old trailer, and he basically took the majority of it. And there was actually there was a nice Oliver, I think it was a 3 that had been kept. It wasn't probably what it was from what I've seen, well, from what little I've seen of Olivers. I have an Oliver in there on the bottom shelf, and yes, the repair shop, bless their hearts, it took about an hour for them to get the platen hardware off. And because it was on there, and it was not pristine, but one of the ones I saw up there, it was probably about like the one you have, Colby. It was pretty close to pristine. But he had quite a few of those, and not all of them were like that, but this one had clearly been at least covered and stored reasonably. But yeah.
I noticed that those that are stored out of sunlight have a better, the paint, of course, doesn't it gets, over time in the sun, it's bad for any machine. But I noticed that the paint, it seems to be more glossy on the sun. I can tell that the machine I have was at some point put in the sun. So one side of the keyboard has a little bit of crackling, where the other side is very glossy. And there's discussion online on how some of those machines may have been actually painted at the time in a slightly less gloss. So that it's interesting. I'm wondering, from your perspective, Diane, I know you collect older machines. Do you see that with others other than Oliver's, that the paints may have been applied differently for a machine, or is it just age?
Well, I don't know about the paint being applied differently, but it's almost like on a lot of my Smith Premiers, you can see where I want to call it like a varnish, where that's worn through. I don't know how else to describe it.
Yeah.
I know with the Olivers, there's also feedback that the varnish is what is changing color, not necessarily the paint, where the
Right.
texture of the machine is do that varnish. I actually experimented with wet sanding. I know that's a very scary word.
Yeah, I know. I've seen that, and I don't understand what I've seen. One of the people I watch for restoring, I see him do that to shine stuff up, and boy, it looks great. But I don't understand what is the purpose for the wet sanding.
Well, I don't know. You're asking the wrong person. From what I understand, though, is the water helps a lot. It would keep it from scratching. But I did this piece last night. This is what it originally looked, but this side looked very dull, and you can see it's a little bit more dull. But the wet sanding was amazing. I was very careful on what chemicals to use, and I was tiptoeing and not using very many. But when I did research on the wet sanding, I gave it a try, and immediately I was seeing dirt come off, like the dark stuff. I don't know how far I could go without it ruining it, but it certainly looks better from what I did. I know that a lot of people are like, no sanding, but you can do wet sanding, but no sanding. You do wet sanding, but no sanding.
Yeah, it's hard to say and I'm trying to get my computer into a place where it probably shouldn't be. And it's hard to say because it doesn't look like there's rust there, but you can see where something is worn off.
When you wet it, does it go away and then come back when it dries? Or you don't?
I have never done that.
I'm having that on my
number 5. I have never done that.
It's funny, it's exactly the same on the back of that piece I just showed you. It was a white caulky.
Yeah,
and it wasn't really rust.
On here you really don't see it, but this is one of the better machines I have. So you don't really see that because this is it's probably my best Smith Premier.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
It has a little bit of the top isn't quite as pretty, but it's hard to really see that looking at a computer screen. And yes, this is a new platen for those who are interested. As opposed to, yes, I even have a parts machine on this. Whoops, something just fell. Well,
I don't want to lose that.
It wasn't important.
I don't know. I don't think it was on. I don't think it was on here. But anyway, look at all the feed rollers.
Oh my!
Those itty bitty things, and then you've got the platen itself.
Wow.
Yeah,
like 12 in there.
Yeah, and on the inside of that platen, there is a. Oh, that's off the variable. There's a variable mechanism, and I had never seen that before, but yeah, there's a variable in here, and it's very funky, and I don't know if the one in there is broken or not because I haven't tried to take this one apart to see what this one looks like. So I figure, I've it's been done once, and I don't want to do it again. I have pictures of the feed rollers when they were out, and I was fortunate that I had something to look at. I mean, I had taken pictures, but I find that you never take enough pictures.
Yeah.
So I had that one to look at to put it back together again, and I got it back together again. But the thing about those is you have the pins that you have to punch out.
Oh.
And they only go in one way. And that's because they're slanted, but I learned about that from the repair shop. It's like they're slanted, but it's hard to see just sitting there looking at this little itty bitty pin that's yay tall, that they're slanted, but
I wanted to show something to Colby before I take off.
Yeah.
This is the 15th annual convention souvenir program for the National Typewriter and Office Machine Dealers Association,
Wow.
which is the precursor to NAMDA. They
Cool.
eventually dropped the typewriter part. And this is July of 1940. So just prior to the war, or at least America's involvement in the war. And this is kind of a clue as to where service manuals were at the time. This was handed out to office machine dealers. And so if you wanted to sell your stuff, you put an ad out in one of these programs. And the only service manual I can find, even Ames isn't offering service manuals at this point, is this one that says, dealers, do you know an easy repair to a Pike model class 3 sector that has been broken between 4 and 5 type? And so on and so on. This is just a sample of the mechanical information that is yours if you write W.J. McCormack, formerly of Burroughs Service, 16 years, illustrated catalog number 6, available for the asking. So basically, it was just some guy that had worked for Burroughs who wrote up instructions. And if you wanted to know those instructions, you had to apply to him, and he'd send you like probably a self-published pamphlet.
That question that he wrote it's something that you'd find straight out of the Facebook group today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's like, do you want to know how to do these things? I know how to do them. I can sell you a book.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically pre-war, this is what service manuals kind of looked like. It was just whoever happened to write a book, because the manufacturers wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another way of looking at this is that it just occurred to me, Action Comics with Superman and Detective. The reason that those are worth so much is because there was huge paper drives during the wars, and so newspapers, anything that was made of paper would be pulped up or recycled in some way at the time, and I'm sure that manuals went along with that.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a jet. Thank you. Adios.
Thanks for sharing, Ted.
All right.
Thanks, Ted.
See you later,
Thank
Ted.
you so much, Ted.
Yeah, Daniel Burgoyne mentioned that the varnish in quotes on paint is probably shellac, which is water and alcohol soluble.
Well, I've also read that it's not a good thing to put water on the body. It could cause white marks that are hard to come off. But I've already started. I've been once I started in the wet sanding, there was no stopping me. It started working really well on the back of the machine. I'm testing it in areas that are not necessarily viewable. But coming along, I should mention I'm such a dork.
You're not a dork.
I just gave the wrong address to everybody. My group is Oliver Typewriter Project. And yes, I am a dork. And from there, I got a link tree that goes to the different sites, but I gave the wrong name earlier.
Okay. That's okay.
I felt like creating sorry about that.
It's still like a new thing for you, right? So you know.
7 posts, yeah.
yeah. So very cool. Yeah, and I think earlier Bill had asked if you had put it in the Typosphere blog roll.
No, I'll look that up. I know where that is.
Yeah, if you look for Typosphere, just do a search for Typosphere, and it goes to one of Richard Polt's pages. And if you scroll way down to the bottom, you'll see a list of it basically collects RSS feeds from all these different blogs. And somewhere on that page is the instructions about how to add your blog. You just email either Richard or I forget the other guy's name, but you email one of them and they'll put it on there. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Every time I go to talk to Larry, he disappears. Oh. Larry, are you lurking around the corner? Are you within earshot? Okay, maybe not. So we'll move on to Dan. Dan Rubin, how are you?
Hello, hello. I'm doing well. I'm currently just on the southeast edge
Wait.
of
You got a puffy
Birmingham.
jacket
Can you?
and you got brick. I'm gonna go with London. You got London and Miami in the bottom. I'm gonna go
But
with London.
it's fake brick, but I'm outside of Birmingham in the UK, so it is the UK. But no, I'm just in an Airbnb here for a couple of nights, and I'm in the middle of a little fun documentary project. Where I'm heading up to Scotland on Tuesday to like interview and photograph a couple of people, and it's a mixture of work and fun work. Well, it's really work, but it's fun work. But it also means that because of this project, this is perfect for show and tell. Happy New Year to everyone, by the way. But I'm beaming and excited because on this project, and also because I have to reach people who aren't necessarily close to train stations. So I usually travel by train around the UK and Europe whenever I can, because it's great and it's wonderful. But because I've got gear with me for this project, and because I wanted to be able to have bases and just kind of go out to people flexibly, I just decided it was easier to budget for a hire car for a couple of weeks, which also meant that as I go, I can kind of look at what's on Facebook Marketplace nearby and these random places. And it's, it's too much, but in the last, because I picked up the hire car I've got stuff to show you because I picked up some stuff in the last few days outside of Birmingham on the outskirts, and I'm really, really pleased about those two. I have my my kind of mint green Hermes 2000 with me that needs just a little bit of tweaking, but I'd picked up right at the beginning of January, but I hadn't actually got. It was on the way. So that's my like one that I put in the car to travel with, just in case the other ones that I might have found wouldn't work or would need more work. So I've got 3 typewriters with me right now, and I'm on the road, which is fantastic. But the day I picked up the hire car, I was able to pick up 2 finds that needed to be collected, and one of those was my 3rd Hermes Ambassador, which I know it's not a brag, but I know it sounds like a brag. But they were all so cheap that I couldn't not get them, and I now have one of each of the kind of the 3, the Gen 1, Gen 2, and Gen 3, essentially the military colored one, but like the dark green, sledge green version, but with the square keys. So late Gen 1, I have the mint green Gen 2, which is just like the classic, slightly rounded, classic Hermes looking 1950s-ish one, late 50s. And then I've got I think I dated it as 1970 white, slightly more maybe plastic at the front of the frame, but still types like a dream. So I picked that one up last week. And the other thing that I had to pick up was another Hermes, a Hermes 9, which I really don't know anything about, other than it's quite a big boy and a tall boy. Oh, and I think let me just pause there, because I think I'm getting a knock, which I'd asked my Airbnb host a question. I think they've just come to answer it. So pause there, and I'll come back to you with my other 2 finds.
Okay, excellent. Very cool. Let's see. Let me check the YouTube chat real quick. It's been a little bit. There's not too much going on in there, but Indro says, hello all, tried to join in later, just got back from France. And if I remember correctly, he was looking at a house in France. So hopefully things are going well for him. Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. Well, I guess maybe we'll move on a little bit.
Talk to Anthony Murphy, because he's close by, Dan. He's somewhat in the same
there you go.
Looks like
general
he's
area.
getting out a new
That's
typewriter.
true. That's true.
You preparing for show and tell, Anthony?
No, I'm just putting it away actually after a typing spell.
Oh,
the
Adler
Adler Gabrielle 25.
Ah, yes. Very
which
cool.
is the current favorite.
Nice.
Well, I haven't bought any typewriters.
That's okay.
Simply because I don't have any space to store them.
Get off. Leave now. No, just kidding.
I know. Where's the commitment, huh?
Yeah.
Who are you and what have you done with Anthony? No.
Yeah. Hope everybody
How are
had a
you
nice
doing?
Christmas. Oh, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, good.
Excellent.
Busy little
Yeah.
bee. Busy big
Good,
bee.
good.
All good. Yeah. Well, the main thing is using typewriters pretty much every day.
Very good.
Yeah. So I'm always writing something, and it's very. Don't need to talk. This is the choir. I need not preach to the choir, but everybody knows how joyful a pursuit it is, and yeah. So I've nothing really significant to report. Really, I mean, I'm jealous actually. As every time I watch somebody showing off a typewriter that they've acquired, there have been a few interesting ones come up here lately. There's somebody selling an Adler. I'm not sure if it's a Gabrielle or a J4, but it's got a script typeface. I don't see many of those here in Ireland. I think I said before, the typewriter market is very small, very limited here. The new market doesn't exist. Yeah, so I was interested in it, but the price was too high. They're looking for 180 quid. And
I was just going to ask.
There's no indication that there's been any work done on it by any expert. So I'm inclined to, I've basically told them I don't think it's worth that. Would they take something lower?
Yeah.
They haven't come back. So
Are you seeing
if they
trend?
do, I'll jump at it. But I just know that the typewriter has been for sale. Actually, going to look it up while I'm talking to you. It has been listed for several months now and hasn't sold. So I'm thinking eventually they'll just say, yeah, look, let's take what we can get for it. If they don't want it, I suppose it makes sense to just offload it rather than to hold on to it,
Well, the Irish Sea is not that wide. You should be able to pop over and then bunk up with Dan there and get some cheap ambassadors.
Yeah, and it's cheaper. It's cheaper to fly. It's probably cheaper to fly from Dublin to Birmingham than it is to get a ferry from Dublin to Holyhead and drive to Birmingham.
Oh,
Probably
wow.
Ryanair probably do 10 or 20 quid.
Perfect.
I just missed because I had my headphones off, Anthony. What was the machine?
It's actually a Triumph Gabrielle.
Oh, lovely.
Has a serial number on it. Yeah, and I've enjoyed using the Adler Gabrielle 25 so much that and this looks to be in great condition. But it's got script. It's got a script typeface, which would be a first for me. But they're looking for 180 euros, which is frankly steep.
Staggering.
It's not bad for a script machine that doesn't show up that often.
Yeah.
But it is, I agree, it's more than I've spent on a machine. So
I'm trying to tease out whether there's any wriggle room.
But you said it's been listed for months. I would just make an offer. I'd offer them 100 or 90 or something. If it hasn't sold, they'll just be, it's taking up space. Only because I've done that so many times now with little local pickups where if I just keep my eye on it, and there was a Hermes, the best one, I can't remember if I told everyone about this, if I was on a call about this in December or not, but I think I was, but the best one was this Hermes baby, a rocket. Yeah, no, it was a rocket in the nice leather, like travel case, like just a really nice, a full folding leather case. And someone had it listed on Facebook Marketplace for £500. It was just stupid. Like, no one's going to buy that. I wrote to them and kind of said how, like, what's the history of it? I was just kind of trying to, again, tease out whether they were just impatient to move it or if it had sentimental value or whatever else. They'd literally just moved house and found it in the house they moved into. So, and they must have looked up on eBay or something else and saw one that was selling for that and just listed it, right? It was dumb. And so I just waited, and months went by and no one had bought it. And I just kind of wrote to them at the beginning of December and said, hey, I'll be around for like a week, giving them a timeline as well. So they had to make up their mind quickly. I'll be around for a week. I'll come get it but I'll give you 50 for it. Because it was like, what does it matter, right? If they say no, I'm not going to be offended, and I'll just never talk to them again. And 24 hours went by, and then they came back and said, yeah, can you meet tomorrow?
Nice.
Great. Nice score.
So just
Patience. There's a phrase which I love, which is waiting in the long grass, you know. Funny enough, this one is located about 20, just over 20 miles away. It would take me a half an hour to drive to the location to pick it up. So yeah, I might you know, there was another one came up very recently, which was I can't remember. It was an Olivetti or an Underwood or it was a large old typewriter. It might have been a Royal. Forgive me for not knowing. And €30 was the asking price. Actually, sorry, it was a Smith Premier. And
perked up.
within half an hour of being listed, there were 3 or 4 offers.
Wow.
And the first one was taken. I didn't see it actually until after several offers had been made. Yeah, Smith Premier. They don't give the date on it. The fact that this Triumph has been sitting there without any questions asked about it or without any offers for several months suggests to me that the opportunity is there to do a Dan on it, you know.
Make them an offer, honestly, because the thing is, someone else will come and make an offer if you don't, and then it'll disappear, and you won't know what they offered, or if they were happy to pay the 180. But I bet that it's just taking up. Well, we know it's taking up space, right? They'll just be happy for it to not be there anymore. Especially if you say, "Look, I'm 20." Say I could be there, and I could be there you're half an hour away from me. I'd love to, like, this looks lovely. I'd like to have it. Feign ignorance. Don't tell them you know anything about typewriters. Just say this looks wonderful. You know, would you take 80?
Yeah. Just feign ignorance. Say I don't know anything about typewriters, and then they look at my profile and they go, "Why have you got typewriters for sale? If you don't know anything about typewriters." I'm not sure that one will wash. But some people don't bother going to even that. Yeah. Anyway, I'll keep you posted. I'll keep you posted. Certainly,
we're all very interested.
of all the ones I've seen in the past couple of months, that one really jumped out at me as one that I'd say I've already used an Adler Gabrielle, which I really like. A script machine, the first script machine here. Yeah, that sounds good. I may never use it. You know, I might write the occasional letter with it, but I'd prefer to have it and in a home where it's cared for and loved in a corner gathering dust than in a house where somebody really is never ever going to use it or never has any intentions towards it other than to sell it, you know. So
Anthony and Dan, are you guys seeing prices going up in your areas for typewriters? Not these ones that start exorbitantly, but are you seeing in general like they are in the United States? Last 6 months they've seem to be jumping up. That might other things might figure into that, though, of course.
It's very different here, Colby, because we don't have the same. I mean, it's an island of 5 million people, and as I said earlier, the market is very small. What we see here is a wide variance in pricing. So you can get very good old machines in good nick being sold for 25 quid, and you can get very, very average run-of-the-mill typewriters where the asking price is 200-300. Like, for instance, recently saw a Silver Reed 500. Now, I've used one of those and practical typewriter and all the rest, but I donated it. I gave it to somebody who's partially sighted and expressed an interest in using a typewriter. Yeah, there's an Olympia SM. SM. One of the later big ones with the orange logo on it. Is that an SM9?
The
SM7.
SG3 if it's a big boy.
I'm not sure. It looks like a halfway house between a standard
with the little orange round logo with the eye in it almost. Yeah, that's it. It depends on its size, right? It could be a Monica or an SM8 or 9 or an SG3.
Yeah, well, they're only looking for 40 quid for that, you know.
Wow.
But then I've seen typewriters where the asking price is 500 quid. People again just have looked online and saw and seen a pristine example of that typewriter that's been restored, you know.
I think that's the difference, Colby, between Europe and the UK and Ireland and as a market and the US, is that the US people will often get those high prices that they're asking for. I think a lot of we see a lot of high listings on this side of the ocean, but I don't think people are buying them. I think people are just listing them. So most of the purchases that I think, because I see loads that are sitting on, whether it's eBay, typically the ones that are for collection as well, but even ones that are for shipping, things that are for 200 or 300 pounds or euros, which isn't a ton if it was in dollars for some of those machines in the States. They'll be sitting here for 6 months or 12 months. No one's buying them. The ones that disappear are the ones that go for under 100, and that's most of them.
Well, and it makes sense that people do that because they know they can leave it sit there and it doesn't cost them anything to leave it sit there. And if somebody buys it, great.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Has anybody ever heard of course, I know Ted Monk has, but there's a make of typewriter for sale here that I've never heard of, which is, I think it's French. Is it Beaucourt? Beaucourt?
Yep.
Are they rare?
Yeah, I've seen some of those. It depends which one. Is this a portable, a Beaucourt script?
There's only one photo. Yeah, that's what it is. It's a Beaucourt script is exactly what it is.
I've seen that, and if I think it is a French brand, but I did a little bit of reading on them because it's I know the design of that typewriter, and it's not one that many people would have seen in the US or Canada, I don't think, as a brand. But the design you will have seen because it's that Euro typer that was it was made, I think, by Swissa or Patria first, but then rebranded over and over and over again. Jappy in France had it, Byron in the UK had it, and it's this real small machine that has. There was one of them without a brand, a green one in the French Dispatch too. Yep, that exact. You'll know that shape. Anyone who's been looking around will have seen this shape before, and it comes up over and over and again. And it's there was an older design before this mask was redesigned in the late 40s, early 50s, I think. And it was just I think it's the model of typewriter that has been made the most by the most different brands, because it's just Oliver made them as well. You'll see Oliver portables come up, and this is exactly what they look like, with just a different color scheme and a different location for the badge.
Looks like it's not a platen might be a bit rough.
It's not rare. Also, the Beaucourt scripts don't come with a script typeface most of the time, so it's not like it's they're snappy, because I have one that my brother bought me for my birthday a couple of years ago. And it's got a completely different look, but it's the same mechanism inside, and it's branded. It's a Spanish brand called Florida, and it's just like a Florida typewriter. And it's this weird plastic angular mask, the exact same typewriter inside, and it's got a really unique kind of spring mechanism for the type bars. That's this is as much as I've dug into it, because I was curious once my brother gave me one. I'm like, what is this? And then I dug and found there are a couple of good articles online. I think Ted might have written one, or maybe Robert Messenger. But if you want to read up on them, it's like the Swissa stroke Patria were the two brands that it's one of the two of them made it originally, but I've seen it referred to most often as the Euro typer as a generic term, because it just got licensed and resold by so many different brands.
Yeah. And it is it's
because it's both Robert Messenger and actually Ted has one, Swissa, also, and he wrote a blog post for it. Yeah, which is a lovely typer. It works. It works very, very well. People that have them in good condition just love the typing on them. So much so that it's better than the Aztec. It's better than the Erica. So. Yeah.
Nice.
I'd love to have one.
They're all over the place in the UK. So Anthony, if it's cheap, then it might be a fun little typer to have. They're really snappy. Don't require a lot of pressure at all. and the type bars are on a spring system that pulls the type bars back. So like the spring extends as you press the button, and it's very strange to actually see it. And they sound a little bit tinny based on my Florida version, but it was really snappy, like very surprisingly snappy. That's the best I can describe it. Also, nice find, Diane. As Diane's sharing something silently with, with all of us.
Yeah. Well, my next door neighbor found it, and he says it does not advance, and I'm betting there's a broken drawband underneath there.
That's
Or
probably
carriage lock.
straightforward.
Does that one have a carriage lock, or is that a standard?
It's a Remington portable, one of those with the type bars that you have to flip up on the side.
Did they have carriage locks on those?
I don't think they did.
I think they do. The Remingtons early on had carriage locks.
Oh,
Because that's one of the two that I picked up in the last couple of days was sold as, kind of untested, does not move. Yeah, that's lovely. And it was the carriage lock.
Yeah, we see quite a lot of that here too. The adverts that say, would need some TLC, needs attention. And then you ask, well, what's wrong with it? And they can't tell you because they don't know anything about typewriters. And you don't know whether it's just a simple case of, that the segment is dirty or whether it's been run over by a truck,
Well, the
that's
one
no
I
longer
have
tender.
is pretty nasty. So the one I have is it's on the bottom of my IKEA shelf, and it's a lot filthier than. Okay, showed me a picture of underneath. Let's see.
Is your neighbor there looking at it now?
Yeah, he
okay.
is.
So this
It's
happened
very
live?
handy.
He
Real
showed-
time.
Yeah, real time. Yeah, he showed me a picture of it, and I can't really see if there's. I was figuring maybe I could see if there's a loose band, a loose drawband.
Oh.
Yeah, I see a busted drawband. Ha ha. And of course it flips whenever I try and show it.
Yeah.
But that dang thing doesn't want to. You can see it right there.
Oh yeah. Just hanging out. Just hanging out.
Just hanging out. Yeah. Yeah,
tell them it's got a busted drawband, and that means that you'd have to take $100 off the price.
They're only asking $35.
Okay, $13 off the price.
$30. I'll take it for $5.
No, they still have to take $100 off. They have to pay you to take it now.
Oh, okay.
Well, Diane, my Oliver had a busted drawband, which worked to my advantage because he didn't know how to take the carriage off for 30 years. So when I gave him directions on how to remove it, guess what was underneath of it? That little piece that's usually lost on Oliver's, the drawband hook. Yeah. So I was very happy for that. So a broken drawband may be a great way for preserving a machine for someone who doesn't know how to use it.
Everything just stays wedged in there.
Exactly.
Hello.
Well, is it all right if I show the two lovelies that I just picked? Well, actually, I was in the middle of speaking about the Hermes 9. I don't know if anyone here has had one.
No, but I know of them. Yeah, they're before the 10. It's the model
Dan, we could see
before the electric.
We could see the joy in your eyes when you've been looking to the side, so we know that you have good
Well,
machines there.
well, I've got. They're very favorites. No, but the one in front of me, the two that I picked up in the last couple of days. It's just one of those things where they don't. One of them doesn't show up ever, and yet I had a brief opportunity, a window that I missed back in November to get one, and I just missed the window. I didn't get back to the person in time who said, "Hey, I found this at a charity shop if you want it." And by the time they must have sent it to a couple of people, and someone else said yes first, which I've just been kicking myself since. So The suspense is killing all of us.
It is.
Come on,
Um,
man.
Come on.
Oh yeah.
This
Wow.
Sterling CMAG, I'm guessing
CMAG.
German.
Beautiful.
InQWERTY with
Oh.
the decimal tabulator. It's not a big machine, right?
Oh.
It looks big, but it's not big. But it is incredibly heavy. Like it just must be. I don't think there's air behind there. I think it's just solid blocks of steel. And it does type. It needs a clean. I've literally just cleaned. The platen obviously is filthy, but it works. Nothing doesn't work. The R is going to need a little bit of attention. It works, but it's hanging low and goes down a little bit when the F is pressed. So something underneath that I haven't looked at yet is
Stuck together.
a bit stuck together. Yeah, something needs to be reformed slightly. But that's literally it. Everything else works. Line spacing works. It still has most of the lighting. The overhead lighting in this room is terrible. Has enough of the badge left on here that I like it. I wish it were more, but I'm getting it to use and play with, not to be a display piece. And it's sturdy as all get out. And it's got even this little
Oh, that's nifty.
access panel so it makes it easier to clean the slugs. And it comes with I don't know if these are original or not, but at least it's metal spools, so I'll re-spool a fresh ribbon onto there. And yeah, I'm enamored with it already. I just did it still has some ink left, so I was able to do a faint type test, and it just it feels as solid. This is not an easy to, there it goes. It feels as solid as you'd hope it would be. And I've not read a bunch about these, but what I have read has always been like, the essence is, if you find one, get one, you'll love it. And yeah, it's really nice. So I'm giddy about this. I also just love the color scheme. The one that I nearly got or had the opportunity to get a few months ago was black. Like there's a gloss black version of this with the red decimal tabulator. And as a designer, that was the ideal. But when I saw this pop up near where I was going to be on Friday, I was like, okay, great, done.
Yeah.
So that was excitement number one. And again, I lifted it up.
Typewriter?
No, it's German.
Oh, okay. I missed that part. I have never seen one. That's what I was wondering.
I can't even tell you the first. Oh no, I can tell you the first time I came across it. It was at the Typewriter bookshop up in Edinburgh, which is a wonderful. If you're ever in Scotland for any reason and you're in Edinburgh, go to Typewriter Books. It's a fantastic place because it's a bookstore that specializes in mostly like murder mysteries, and a typewriter repair shop.
Wow.
And the guy Tom, who runs it, was advised the National Museum in Edinburgh when they put on their typewriter exhibition last year, or the year before, end of the year before into last year. And he's a lovely guy that every once in a while you hear of on the some of the Facebook groups. He'll pop up every now and then, but he had one of these on a shelf, and I kind of went, ooh, that's pretty. And then I researched them and fell in love. So that's number one. And then number two was this lovely Adler special. And this is the one I said was just it was listed on Facebook as being, like not working, but I saw all the pictures I looked at looked perfect. I mean, it has the tiniest scratch here and there, maybe a mark that might come off with cleaning, but it's a brilliant thing. And it's got a carriage lock. Can't see it here. This typewriter, by the way, which is bigger than the Sterling, is lighter than the Sterling by a pound or two. So yeah, right here, this is a carriage lock on a typewriter that is ostensibly not portable. I haven't seen any pictures ever online of this having a case, but it has a carriage lock, and it's hidden when the carriage is fully like in place here. Let's see if I locked it there or unlocked it. There we go. You can't see it. It's like under here. So there was no way that someone without typewriter knowledge would have ever thought to do that. And if you just you press all the keys and nothing happens. So I kind of went, this is 24 pounds and a 20-minute drive. So I'm giddy about this. It's also, I've had Adlers for about 6 months, a couple of portables. And I loved how snappy they were. And I loved the design of the keys themselves. They feel really nice. And I was really curious about how an Adler standard would be. And I've got to say, just in the last day of getting to play with it a little bit, I'm thrilled. It's so well engineered. It works so well. And this in particular, the method for setting tabs and the margin is back here. You set a tab, you press it that way. Set the right and left margin. You just kind of pull it forward. You have to. You also have to kind of clear all margins or all tabs. You can't clear like an individual one, but that's made easy by these little tab clear and margin clear buttons. It has a type bar release switch here. So if they get jammed, it's got, you just flip that and it unjams.
Wow.
Tab key there, margin release there. And again, incredibly snappy action. And it's nothing special on the typeface on either of these, but they're both elite, which I really like. I've got enough Pika machines. One thing that I do appreciate on this, rib and reverse mechanisms are often a pain. And this one is it's so slight. It requires the lightest touch, and it's just a tension-based thing. So when you run out on one side, it'll just pull enough. And I tested it with the existing ribbon. I just kind of wound it close to the end, and it worked easily. So lots of really good engineering in this.
So it doesn't even need the rivet in there then.
Doesn't need the ribbon for what?
It doesn't need the rivet in the ribbon.
Oh, sorry, the rivet. Yes, sorry,
Yeah.
the rivet. It doesn't need a rivet. No, it's just tension
cool.
based,
Yeah,
which is really nice. Yeah, it's a very handsome machine. And the Triumph branded ones were, I think the Triumph ones were two-tone, but I really like this color scheme and the design. And then the other one, obviously, like this is and then my film collection for this shoot I'm on. This is my little minty green. Still, it needs a clean because I don't have my cleaning materials with me, but I picked it up right before starting on this trip. But this is it's a lovely machine, and it was a steal. I really can't, going between the US and the UK, I think I've talked about this before. It's like I found a couple of deals and like nice in the US, but mostly I'm relegated to what I can find in South Florida when I'm visiting family. And I've looked when traveling around the States for projects, but haven't come across anything that was great. But the deals that can be found in the UK for things it blows my mind. But only because I'd started all my research when I was in the US and looking at like, oh, okay, well, my calibration for how expensive things were and versus what I wanted to spend. Because I like cleaning them. I like cleaning them up. I'm not trying to resell them, but I also not trying to take on an expensive hobby. It's enough that it's a space consuming and time consuming hobby.
Yeah. Ben, on that, how do you carry them back? How do you ship them, or do you take them with you on an airplane? Where do you store all those? What's the logistics?
A good number of them are in storage at the minute. I have a storage unit in the US that I've had since I moved away 10 years ago, that just has a few bits that I should just put all in one crate and ship over, but I never have. The upside of that is that I have room for them there. But if they're small enough, like I don't have anything that isn't a semi-portable in the US. I don't have any standards. which is partially easy because they're all expensive, but also I'm just not going to have a standard shipped. So unless I happen to find a cheap standard that I thought I couldn't get elsewhere in Miami or in the Miami area, then I'm safe from getting it. So I have carried a few over one by one that I've found there that are portable. So I'll just make them my second carry-on item on the flight.
What about those two standards?
Well, no, because my primary base is the UK. So like these live in the UK. That when I'm in the US, I'm kind of visiting family or doing some of my music stuff that I do over there, or projects for work.
Thank you. That's what I didn't understand.
Yeah.
So you have two.
Yeah. So
you have two places.
I'm not having to. Well, I don't have two places, but I stay with family if I'm doing extended work or trips around the US, then I'll stay with family in South Florida because it gives me extra time with my mom and my brother and his kids. And I don't mind that. Like, I like doing that. And I have my storage unit that's in the same town. So if I have anything, I can leave it there. There are a few at my mom's at the minute, which she is okay with. One of them she uses, and she knows she has access to the rest of them. And she learned how to type on an Olympia, and like I've left a script machine with her for her use, and she kind of loves that because she never used a script machine when she was younger. But the majority of the machines are all in the UK. So like these, I wouldn't be able to get these if I didn't have a car for this project, because I like not owning a car. I always owned a car in the States. I like not having to own one in the UK, but it means that you can't just go to these random towns to find things. And I've been thinking for the last year or so that it would be just wonderful to rent a van and drive around the UK for a month, just looking things up on Facebook Marketplace and going, oh yes, I'll be there tomorrow. Can I get this from you? Because there are tons of things. And even though the shipping around the UK is pretty good and the distances are short and the expenses of shipping are small, most people won't even want to ship a portable. Like I've seen Hermes 2000s, or that say collection only. I've seen Hermes babies that say collection only, and other portables, right? People just don't want to go through the fuss, I think, either. And they are still a heavy item for most people who don't know what they are.
Dan, no, I last time I was in the UK was 2004, and it's I rented a car as well to take my parents around. But I was just wondering, because I had misunderstood how you were going to get those back to US. Sorry, Anthony, go ahead.
It's bad enough thinking about having to ship eventually a bunch of the ones in the US over to the UK where I live.
I'm
putting that off.
having exactly the same thoughts. How is he going to get that beast? Dan, I wanted to ask you, have you used the Adler special? Have you typed on it?
Just a bit, yeah. Just some test typing. It needs a fresh ribbon, but
I have one, and I'm selling it. I find it too heavy. It's too physical.
Really?
When you finish typing with it, you feel like you've had a workout. It takes a lot of effort and it is clean, And the Carriage seems so heavy.
The Carriage is I don't want to call it slow. It's not slow. It's not sluggish, but it is designed to move slowly, which I didn't realize at first. But that's one of the things. It feels very slow, as if it needs a cleaning. And when you hit the tab, it kind of moves in a very controlled way. But then I did some, just about 5 minutes of Googling, and I found a YouTube video where someone was walking through how theirs worked, and they were explaining how it is a very controlled movement. So it's not just flinging itself when you hit the tab, for instance, like a lot of other machines are. I found it's funny you say that the action was heavy, because for me the action feels very light and snappy, which is what I expect from an Adler. But I also know that action is a very personal kind of thing.
Yeah, well, you said that you've had several Adlers and you like them. And I really like the Gabrielle 25,
Mm.
but I can't compare the Gabrielle with the Special. I think they're just very, very different beasts with very different personalities. I'm just wondering whether mine doesn't require further lubrication or adjustment, because the whole and it's pica as well, wouldn't be my first choice, but that's what it is. And I just found that, well, it's a beast, of course. You mentioned the weight. It's very heavy. I mean, even just to lift it onto the desk is a workout in itself. But I was all enthusiastic about it at the beginning. But once the Gabrielle came, I just said, no, I probably won't use the Special again. And the Special has been on the ground here for the past 2 or 3 months.
Do you have any other standards, like to compare action with?
No, I don't. And to be honest, I've never used, for instance, an SG1. You know, I don't have any experience with standards, so I can't even compare it with other standards. You know, my collection of 8, they're all either portables or super portables or slimline machines. You know, but I just I love the look of it. It's got that two-tone sort of off-white and grey color tone, which I think looks superb. But it's not a joy to use at all. It's quite a labor, actually. So I was just wondering if you'd had much of an opportunity to type on it and whether you enjoyed the experience, you know.
Yeah, not much, because it does need a new ribbon, but I just did like some test typing just to see if anything was stuck, and nothing was, and it feels zippy. It's heavier than my my Adler, the Tippa, which I think is a Tippa 2, 1 or 2, but the older kind of rounder style, not the squared angular one. And it's, you know, that's very light. And I have a Contessa that's also very light, that, you know, you breathe on the keys and they move. But this is light compared to my SG1 and my SM, all the SMs that I have. I'd also say it's about equivalent to the just in like a quick press just now to the Hermes 2000, which is, you know, whenever I read about it, people consider it to be a pretty snappy typer, but it's still heavier than the smaller machines. And I don't know what everyone else's experiences are. I know I've read so much about what people think, you know, when comparing different sizes of machines and different makes and models. And I feel like most of what I've read is that standards tend to be easier to type on. They're lighter because the machine is so grounded and the mechanisms are bigger, so that they can, you know, save you some of the pressure. There's just less force required to get a good imprint. And like even just the, you know, a month ago, I can't remember whether I'd been able to mention this on a previous call or not, but a month ago, I picked up my first SG1 and an Optima M12, like within days of each other. Again, just a brilliantly lucky find of some cheap, massive, wonderful machines. And I've never even come across an M12 anywhere before a mention of it, but it's basically the Optima equivalent from the 50s of the SG1. And the SG1, people just rave about it whenever I read about it or hear about people, you know, people's feeling about it. And it felt lighter than the SM, any of the SMs that I have, but it was still required some pressure to get a good, clean imprint. And then I typed on the Optima, and this Optima, which weighs, it's the heaviest typewriter I have. The Optima, I think, is about 18 kilograms. It's really heavy, and it just was like dancing on tops of the keys. There was no pressure required whatsoever. So I think there's just a lot of variance. And then there's also like the controls. I haven't looked to see if the Special has any touch control. Does anyone know? I haven't even looked it up. There isn't
It
one
does.
visible.
I'm pretty sure it does. Yeah.
I think it's underneath there. It's a little bit strange to find, but I think when you lift up the Adler special, I think when you lift it on the backside, there's a wheel underneath, as far as I remember. It's a bit strange.
On the bottom.
On the bottom, yeah. You should take a look at this. It's a bit strange there. I'm just hanging in here. To Dan, yes, Adler Special is a really interesting machine. It was the one which made me start to collect typewriters, because I found one to be scrapped. And to Anthony, it sounds to me a bit strange, because in my opinion, the Adler Special is really one of the lightest standard machines. I've never found a lighter standard machine. I have an SG1 and SG3 and anything, but the Adler Special, or special in English, is really so snappy. It compares to me to the Torpedo 18, which is also really a racing machine, but the sound of the Torpedo is not so fine. Depends on the platen, I think. And to bring a compromise to all of you, Anthony, you said you don't want to have huge standards. And to Dan, I have something special here. I don't know if you know it. Adler has built a machine smaller than the Adler Special. Is
this going to be the Privat?
Yep. Yes. And this is really an absolutely
very
amazing
machine. I found one of these in November, and it was lost in shipping to me, and it was a QWERTY, and I am still crying myself to sleep at night about it.
Oh no, that's so bad.
Oh, what a gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous thing.
Yeah, it's really absolute, and it has the same kind of feeling as the Adler Special or the Adler Standard. Really, very, very, very fine action. Really responsive. Absolute great machine, and not as heavy as the Standard. But there weren't many built of them. I think it was only built for 2 years, and then they stopped building them. This is it's really a special one, because I don't know if you can see it. It has a mathematical keyboard. Maybe just.
That's cool. Oh wow!
And it was owned by an architect, and so it has some keys here.
Yeah, I've got a Privat as well, and it's super unique. Like just the rail system on it, like as Robert, that railing system, that ball bearing is not a traditional. Yeah, it's super smooth. It's easy to return. It's just absolutely. Mine's the yellow one, but yeah.
Oh gosh, no! Show us more of that, Sean. I want to see the difference. What is it, yellow? What is it?
Yeah,
it's
like
cream colored.
No, it's yellow. My light's a little natural. Not. It's got green keys, so they're dark green forest keys. It's sort of a yellowy color. Very light yellow. Goodness. Yeah, that railing system is great. I mean, mine's just got a normal QWERTY keyboard, North American. So I'm not sure what the situation was with this compared to, you'd expect a guy like Robert to have one because it's more Germanish. But one of them made it.
Everything I've read, there weren't many made in QWERTY. Like they were mostly sold in Germany as well. So that's why
Yeah, they're really super neat.
I think it's one of the prettiest machines I've ever seen, just design wise. It's just I'm not sure that they missed anything on it.
No, I love seeing like your larger one, because it's like this is the smaller brother. That one just has a bigger forehead, but all the styling cues are exactly the same, which is I just always love, because you can see the big brothers and the little brothers in each generation based on those styling cues. So as soon as you showed yours, it was like, oh, I got the little teeny one of that.
I'm very jealous of both of you, and one day I will either find another QWERTY one, or the one that got lost in the mail will just show up magically.
Well, I'm sure you'll have
somewhere in the UK.
You'll have better luck, being that you're Eurocentric with your typewriters, and they will just be more over there than they will over here.
Oh yeah.
I wonder whether, just very briefly, I'm sorry, Gregory. I don't know if there's anybody left to talk. I hope I don't take up any time. Rewind a little bit. Where is the Where is the touch adjustment for the Adler Special? Does anyone know? I don't see it.
I'm
Oh, I
looking
do.
on the bottom of
Oh, it's
mine
right
now.
there. It's right there. Yeah. Sorry, I do see it now. It was, funnily enough, right in front of me. I'm just wondering whether this doesn't require some sort of further adjustment or lubrication. The fact that it's heavy, because it is. I mean, it is a beautiful machine. It looks fantastic. But as I say, just a little bit clunky, heavy, you know, maybe.
Yes, it's a monster. It's a monster.
Like,
I would
I was just wondering about Dan. Does yours like take an effort to move the carriage? I mean, I know it's designed to move slowly, but does it actually take?
Yeah, there is resistance.
Yeah,
especially compared to any portables.
Break it,
But
have a
like,
break it.
yeah, I think, there could be a problem with the tab brake, right? If you feel like it's stiff, this feels like it's just a very controlled movement. Like it's meant to not move. It feels smooth, but it doesn't move quickly. But when you're typing, that's not a problem.
it doesn't move quick. So when you press your tab, is it a slow movement?
It's a slow movement.
Okay. So that's not a fault. That's intentional.
It's not a bug, it's a feature.
A bug in the machine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's obviously, I forget what they call those, a clutch or a braking system, so that it doesn't just fly down to the next tab.
Yeah, well, given the weight of it, I'm, not surprised. Mine also has that strange carriage lock that you discussed, Dan, except for mine seems to be lacking a spring, so it doesn't actually work properly. I can see where it engages, but I think it's supposed to be is it supposed to be spring loaded, is it? Mine engages,
yes.
But if you just wiggle it, it just falls. It falls down.
I can let me take a look, because I've just flipped mine upside down to be able to look for this touch adjustment, which I must be blind. I think the same thing's happened to me that was happening to you.
Touch adjustment is on the front of the machine. If you take the cover off, it's right there underneath the right hand spool.
Not underneath, but on the. Oh, I see it.
No,
sorry, I had it upside down.
Yeah, if you just lift off the cover, it's just there beneath the.
Was yours set to the minus or the plus?
Right now it's set to the plus.
So pull that way down to the minus, and that might help make it a bit lighter. I've found that I've never found a machine that has a touch adjustment that feels like it makes a ton of difference. But
doesn't need to make any difference.
Let me check. I'm just going to check to see if there is a spring on this carriage lock for you. Yeah, there's a tension spring.
Yeah.
So it's like a paperclip style, which probably wouldn't be difficult to make out of a piece of wire. It's not like a wound spring.
Mine is missing that. Yeah. Yeah. Have to look that up. Anyway, I'm sorry I sort of hugged things on Gregory there, so I'll just.
Oh no, not at all.
I think the upshot is that at least between me and Robert, you should my opinion is like less than 24 hours old on this, but I love this special already and I haven't cleaned it. You might have just a heavy version of it, or there might be some adjustment that's needed, and it'd be worth doing that before getting rid of it, just in case it finally all falls into place and it becomes your favorite typer.
Even the Privat is like that, Anthony. Like it's so there's something going on in the way it's made that even hitting the space bar, it doesn't just sort of slam it to the next level. It just sort of smoothly goes. So I could see it being fine enough that enough crud and crap in different pieces and parts of it will further slow it down and therefore make it more of a burden than what was intended originally as a smooth operating, not jerky machine. So.
Yeah, I did oil the carriage rails. There's bearings in them. I did oil those, and I didn't really feel that it made any difference. So
might need a couple more flushes, like even the bearing system on this. Once it gets gummed up, It's not as easy to clean out as a traditional carriage, so it needs a lot more flushing to get that stuff out.
I would suspect, Anthony, maybe there's even grease in there, and oiling might not dissolve the grease, and so it need, like Sean said, cleaning, and I think it's cleaning before oiling, and then we're all trying to help you, right? We're not criticizing or anything, but
No. What would you use to clean it then?
well, alcohol, lacquer thinner.
So if it's a little heavy, I use a penetrating oil like this liquid wrench. I don't know what you guys have equitably over there. This breaks down rust, and it's sort of a penetrating oil. So it's a first step to basically just starting to break down old grease. But then you would need to follow it with a flush of some sort that wouldn't damage the paint or anything like that. So I've used this to great success for at least freeing up some old grease and sort of gooping it up. And then I can flush it out after that. You know, every
What do you flush it with, Sean? Do you flush it with alcohol, or that's what I would?
Yeah, I always end up with alcohol. At the end of the day, alcohol is always the way to go on everything. But sometimes
it takes one for him, one for the typewriter.
Yeah, one for me, one for the typewriter, one for me.
And then,
Yeah, and I was going to say, and then what do you flush it with?
Yeah.
and then you blow out with air. Right?
And then I blow it with air, and yeah, alcohol, 99% alcohol is like the way to go at the end of the day for everything. But sometimes when it's really, really heavy duty, I love this because at least gets it freed up. So for me, it can validate that, okay, this is the problem now. Now I can go for a full flush and get all the oils out of it and then get it back to normal. And then at the very end, a little bit of watch oil in certain parts, very, very limited.
I like using naphtha myself. Aliphatic naphtha. It's just amazing cleaner. I mean,
yep.
Yeah, that's my
works
go-to
too.
as well, because it's so easy to get lighter fluid basically anywhere.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it won't damage the paint.
Oh, okay.
Unless you light it on fire.
Yeah.
You always have the good ideas.
If you
You
light
always have
alcohol on
the good
fire, you
ideas,
won't even
Sean.
see the flame for a minute. You know, until materials start burning, you don't see the flame with alcohol. So that's really scary when you see it melting down and you're like, oh, it's on fire.
No more cold fingers during typing.
Yeah.
You know, Sean, I use that liquid wrench on my Oliver Carriage screw that couldn't come out after 4 days. That finally did the trick. It's good stuff.
Yeah, it's really good for the screws. I mean, I do use not the lighter fluid, but whatever's very similar. Like Dwayne uses it all the time. Lacquer thinner, or you know, fundamentally the same thing. It's really good for breaking down those old greases and oils. So it just depends on the typewriter. Like, yeah, but it's
Just
super
protect
useful.
your paint.
Just protect your paint.
Yes.
And the rubber parts too.
Yeah.
Don't put any of that on rubber.
Yeah, the rubber parts. If you ask for that lacquer thinner here, you get cellulose thinner is what you get.
Oh.
And that's the same thing. It's just different name.
It's very pungent.
Yes. Awesome.
Couple of drops of it and the whole place stinks for ages afterwards.
Oh.
Not recommended for inside. No.
No.
Since that carriage screw is so close to the platen, I just sprayed it on some paper towel and then transferred it onto the spot and let it sit there for a while.
It'll get in there. It's penetrating.
But you wouldn't be inclined to try to take the carriage off. I know I wouldn't, because I know there'd be bearings.
No.
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 A resounding no.
But when you do it and you get it back on after several days and asking people how to do it and figuring it out, you're going to be so satisfied. So that's
True.
The plus side.
That's
the very
the
fact,
survive.
Larry, the very fact that you added when you do it after a few days of trying, I'm like, no, that's just not going to happen.
Serious. My first one I did, that's what it took. And I knew, you know, you could put, because I did this at work before, put grease on bearings, but I didn't want to put grease on the bearings. I just had everything perfectly clean and I didn't want to like hold them with some really heavy grease. But what I found out, somebody said, use one of those really strong magnets. And it's like, wow. So it holds the bearings in place. And it's like, ooh, that's nice. And it worked. And Okay.
It's a
That
good
was the
trick.
that was the big thing with that particular typewriter is the bearings fell out. It's like, wow, they're really hard to get back in to where when you move it, all 4 bearings are in the right spot and they don't fall out on the other end and all that stuff. But once you
The
figure out
worst
where they go,
is when the ball rolls away under bookshelf.
Oh,
use a really strong magnet and then it'll hold it right there. Yeah, I mean, it's going to vary with each typewriter, but yeah. Anyway,
nice.
but they, you know, the professionals do it some way all the time. So there's a way to do it. And somebody had a way to do it. They told me, I think it was Glenn Crookston told me how to do that, if I remember right.
Oh, okay.
Just because there's a way to do it doesn't mean you should.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
very
it
true.
does.
Well, it depends on your level of competence, Larry. So, for instance, I think I said before, I don't have very good fine motor skills. So you wouldn't want me doing your brain surgery or your heart surgery. I would nip the wrong artery and cause a disaster, you know.
I already see you.
Sure, right, artery to Nick. I mean, go on.
I see you putting Facebook posts on you're trying to be funny like me now. So obviously you want to be like me. So you should
Hey,
take
look,
the typewriter apart.
We've even got checked shirts. I mean, you know, you're just like an older, wiser version of me. You know.
I'm not seriously. I've never. I mean, my mom did our genealogy and all that, but I never knew anything about Ireland. But I'm like seriously thinking now maybe that's where. In fact, I always thought they adopted me. I don't look like anybody else in the family, so you know maybe I'm from Ireland.
There you go.
Seriously, I mean, when I see you, I'm like, wow, this is something. It's like the mirror.
No, but Anthony, really, you do have fine motor skills if you're able to Morse code as fast as you are.
You'd be surprised. No, it's down to. I mean, I can type, but I can't play the guitar. I can't.
You haven't done that yet. You mean?
Huh?
That's all it is. You haven't done it yet. That doesn't mean you.
Oh no, I
can't.
have done, and I've done it pretty awfully. So
Well,
I know.
I can say that too.
Awfully, isn't awfully a county in Ireland?
Well, I think that's the one I'm probably from.
That's funny.
And the main town, or one of the main towns in Offaly, is called Burr, B-I-R-R. And about 10 years ago, the lowest temperature ever recorded in Ireland was recorded in Burr, and the tabloid papers went with the headline, "It's awfully cold in Burr." And of course, Burr, you know. But Daniel, the skill of the Morse paddle is, you know, it's a thumb and a forefinger, and you can hit them really heavily. You can have a very heavy touch, whereas with the guitar, you know, you have to precisely get your finger in the fret and the string. And the same with typing on the computer. I tend to use 4 fingers rather than 8.
Touch type.
You know, but the Morse, it's designed actually to be used by somebody with the lightest touch and somebody with a heavy touch. You can literally swipe those Morse paddles across the desk, which is why most of us put them on rubber pads to prevent that from happening.
Screwed down.
The whole trick to playing the guitar and singing is to not be embarrassed easily. That's the whole thing. If you're not proud, you can do anything. You know, I'm serious, because if I waited until I was good, I would never in my life be able to do anything, you know.
Larry, you've just come up with a perfect t-shirt slogan. If you're not proud, you can do anything. I can see that.
That's absolutely correct.
There you go.
That's
Oh man.
We get everything. I mean, we even get life advice. It's brilliant.
Yeah. It's the perfect place on the internet. And Larry, since we're talking to you, how are you?
I'm good. It took me a while to get on here today. I wanted to get on here earlier, and then it just like, well, I gotta eat. And then my son called me, and then my wife came home, and then I got on here finally and got a few texts while I'm on here. But I'll show you my new portable typewriter yet.
Yeah. It is show and tell. Excellent. I see Colby hard at work doing some photography, probably
Here.
close-up photography.
Ooh,
Ooh, let's zoom in.
portable. Oh, you're.
He did say
hilarious, Larry.
portable. He went with portable.
It is about 3 ounces, I think
Portable
it is.
relative.
Lovely.
I think it's about 3 ounces. It seems like when, gosh.
It's such a handsome paperweight, isn't it?
Yeah, I love this thing. I really do. You're talking about these things. I love this thing. It's such a joy to type on. And plus, it's not like with my portables, I switch them out once in a while. I'm not even gonna carry this over here again. So
Yeah, I think the hint is in the name, Larry. The Schreibmaschine große, you know?
Yeah.
Heavy, you know?
Eine große Schreibmaschine.
it wasn't heavy. My back's all right.
Yeah, Robert, you're right, but like, why did they say SG if it's the real way to say it is große Schreibmaschine, but they say SG, SG.
Anyway, it is a beautiful machine, and
Now you're just making people think, Daniel. That's going to kill the conversation.
Oh damn it! I did kill it, didn't I? They lost their impetus. So Larry, tell us how great it is.
Well,
you got the paper injector.
Yeah,
You
I bought it.
Pull that thing.
I bought it locally, and this guy I think he's 84 now. He had serviced it last, and I guess it was serviced about 1.5 years ago. And the lady that sold it to me, her dad died, and she didn't have room for it, and so she was glad to give it to me because she knew I collected typewriters, and I know the guy who serviced it, and I went to him and asked him if he had the right margin stop for it, and he didn't. So I have parts of a right margin stop coming from the Philippines, from Gerald. So I'm gonna, and he's got the paper table for me too, the clear plastic paper table. So hopefully that arrives here safely. And
yeah,
and I'll figure it. I mean, I got a little clip on there for the margin stop, just so it rings the bell for me, and it stops the carriage movement, but it doesn't trip the line space lever, so you can keep typing at the end. But hopefully this new margin stop I'm going to get will work everything just right, and it's up. I don't know if I'll get around to putting a button. It doesn't have the button on it. Doesn't have the little clear piece that that's probably pretty easy to make anyway. The little clear piece that has a little line on it just to make it look pretty, but that's the only thing that's missing on it. So, I mean, it's a beautiful typewriter, and like I said, it's gonna just sit there. So that's the one thing about my IBM Selectric and my IBM Wheelwriter 6. They're all great machines, and the great thing about them too is I never move them, so they're always there when I want them. Whereas my portables, I have 2 of them on this desk, and I switch them all out, out once in a while, so I have a different typewriter to play with. But the big ones are always there, and they always work. So
yeah.
Oh, I told you this last week, so I'm gonna have to tell you again. I remember something else that I was gonna do, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
Nothing really new typewriter wise, except for that machine right there.
And that's beauty.
Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent.
It is. And it's show and tell day, so I'm glad I get to show it.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Well, it's so good to see you, Larry.
Well, it's good to see everybody here. I hate it when I miss you guys. I mean, when I don't get to see you, or when I'm on too late. It's like, dang it, we got so busy. And then, I look forward to this every week.
Good. I'm glad. Excellent. Kara, how are you? You're smiling.
Hey, I'm good. Brian's not here, is he? I was going to curse him out because I had to get one of these.
That's funny.
For those who missed it, it's a label maker.
Oh,
yes.
And I'm not as well versed in it yet. I just got it, but it is kind of cool because like the labels are on a roll in here, as Brian pointed out. it's sort of typewriter-ish. And these
Yeah.
and these are the different things. And then when you print the label out, you cut it by using that thing.
That is so cool.
I haven't gotten very far with it. But yeah, so but that's not my big show and tell. All right. Does anybody remember what my big show and tell was going to be?
No.
The saga of the stinky typewriter that I then traded
Oh.
to Tony at Typespace last year for store credit. And then I was going to get rid of a bunch of typewriters. And then he posted this, this beautiful machine, and it just, he let me have it for exactly my store credit. So this is the resolution of the, I don't know if you can see the color. It's like a burgundy color.
I saw that one in the shop when I was there. It was beautiful.
Oh, right, Colby, you've seen it. You saw it before I saw it. You can't really see it on here.
No, it looks black from here, but it's beautiful
Oh.
burgundy.
Like brown or
To the light. What's that? If I hold it
Oh,
closer
yeah.
up, you can't.
Yeah, that helped.
right? Yeah.
We get a hint of it there.
That's even
You
better.
can sort of see.
Not
It's
even-
a very
yeah,
sort of deep color.
It's a,
And
it's a beautiful machine. You lucked out to get that. I saw it immediately when I walked in.
I love it. And it's very interesting to me because somehow Tony took a picture of it where the color showed up better. But I have several of these. Two of them are black. One of them's brown. One of them's sort of a really dark green. And now I have this one, and I just sold another black one. Is that all I have? And then I have one that's, an arrow that has just the black metal around. It's not chrome. Anyway, obviously, I like these a lot. So what do you want to know? I was a little, it needed a few things, which surprised me, but I got the bell working and I got the slugs cleaned. And I think I've almost got the 7-key unsticking. If anybody has any tips for backspace repair, I'm assuming I have to take the shell off, which I hate doing. Yeah.
When you say repair, is it sticky or what?
It's funky. I have a couple of machines that need backspace help, and I've always just given them to Tony. Here, take this one. I can't deal with it. But or Kirk. But I haven't even really looked at what the mechanism is. This one, well, I can probably show you what it does. Let's see. How can I'm not good with all these cameras and stuff. I turn it like this. Can you see?
Yes.
Okay. So it types along great. And then you see it does a couple of backspaces and then it stops.
Yeah, it's just gummed up.
Patches,
Probably
and then
needs
it
a little
stops.
lubrication, probably naphtha and lubrication, like synthetic oil after the naphtha, or just cleaning it up really well. It'll probably fix that.
You think it's a lubrication issue? That would be awesome.
I do think so, but
Where do I lubricate
I think it's a
the backspace doesn't get used a whole lot for a lot of people. I mean, you would
Speak for yourself.
If you were 8-hour days typing, then yes, but I mean, for a lot of people, I don't think they even use it that much. But
I'm always backing up so I can cross out my mistakes, but
so I would say for sure.
that's what it's for. But I think, I mean, it's possible you just need to form the lever, but a lot of times it doesn't trip like it's supposed to because it's just a little bit gummy and you just clean it up. That's what I've found. But
where do I clean? What thing do I?
well, you have to look for the mechanism back there.
Oh, I know. You sound like Ted Monk. Follow the mechanism.
Yeah. When you push the key down, follow where that goes.
Brain doesn't work like that.
And you'll see where it's tripping the lever around, and it may not be pushing it far enough, which is usually because it's gummy, but it also could be you have to form the link a little bit so it pushes it farther. Because
Do I have to take the shell off?
It'll push it farther, depending on if the link pushes or pulls. I mean, if the link pushes and you bend and you form it a little bit, it's going to shorten it up. And if it pulls, then if you see what I'm saying, you form it the other way and lengthen it.
What do you got, Daniel?
But question is you got it from Tony.
Yeah.
So what didn't he clean it?
That's the question, isn't it? That was my
because
question.
like we're
I haven't
talking about
talked to him-
cleaning.
I haven't talked to him about it because I wanted to see if I could do it, but I was a little bit like, hey, the bell doesn't ring. What's up with that? And yeah, the backspace is the biggest thing. But he's 2 hours away,
Because-
and I don't feel like driving 4
Right.
hours to if
No, but the phone call, because I just think that the first is he says, no, I gave it to you for a really good price because I did nothing on it. So that's clear.
Oh, no, he didn't say. He said it
if
was
that's the
good to
case.
go. He said it was good to go, so that's why I'm confused.
Oh,
He said he gave
Yeah,
the
yeah.
bath, whatever that means, but the slugs were dirty, so there wasn't that. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of confusing.
Yeah.
I think it was chaotic for him around the holiday.
Because certainly like the first thing we always talk about cleaning, yes. But then I was going like, well, but coming from Tony, like maybe that's already dealt with, but then it's like forming.
Yeah.
And the Royals they're a bit fussy, like they're fussy with those backspace and the margin release kind of adjustments. They just have to, the mechanism has to click just right. And if it works the first time, looks like maybe the first time it engages, but it doesn't release. To engage again, it doesn't release. So like what Larry's saying makes sense, but then I'm going like, yeah, like clean, but wait a minute, like doesn't it come from a typewriter shop that cleaned it? So
right.
So for sure, if it's gummy, it's going to be easier. But if
Well,
if
and
it's
maybe
forming, it's a bit tricky.
Maybe when he cleaned it, it didn't get blown out enough, and then it got gummed up again. Which, if all it is gummy, then I can totally see that happening. And I just didn't get a chance to. I just got it. I got it Friday, and I didn't get a chance to like look at it and then talk to him about it. It's been a weekend and stuff. So, but it makes sense to me because I know, like, if you do a cleaning and then you don't blow it out all the way, then it can seize up again. So maybe that's all it is.
yeah, I agree, but I didn't pick up on the part that he'd already serviced it. So I don't know. I mean, like you said about Royals, though, they might have invented the word forming even because they're so delicate on them.
I was looking at all my other ones like this to see about the bell, like what was going on with the bell, what was wrong with the bell. And out of 5 of them, only one of them the bell works on. And I was like, I never noticed that before. So now I get to go around and there's more forming there. That's all that seems to happen.
Can you see where it trips the bell? Can you see the
Yeah, I already got it on this. It's just now it needs probably to tighten up the spring, but I don't know if I care that much.
I have to have a bell. For nothing else,
right?
Just to hear a bell. I like hearing a bell.
I know, it's part of the fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah.
All right. Well, I will talk to Tony and I mean, I've had ones where I think it was a need for forming that the backspace just didn't work at all. But the fact that this one kind of works and then hiccups and then works.
Yeah, it's probably gummy mechanism. Whether it was, like you say, clean and then gummed up again. And sometimes you clean some, especially if you like use naphtha, and if it doesn't get any lubricant in there afterward, it will be tighter than it was, even because it's so dry. Naphtha dries out so dry that the metal on metal doesn't want to move anymore either. And if it's old, especially old metal if it's got any corrosion pitting or anything, it's going to be tighter than if it was new metal.
All right. Okay. I wish you guys could see the color of this because it really is so pretty. Well, Colby saw it.
Oh.
Someday when it's sunny out, I'm going to take them all outside because the green is so dark. I look at it and I'm like, is that kind of green? It's kind of green. So I think when they're all next to each other in the sun, you can see the colors. The brown one is definitely brown. You can tell because it's like baby poop brown. It's definitely brown. But the rest of them are a little more subtle. But okay, that's what I got to show. If anybody needs a label made, let me know. You have to use your phone to work this thing, so it's kind of annoying. But
no, I think Brian mentioned that there's like the one button you can press and it'll just spit out the date. Do you have to be connected to your phone for that?
I think so. And I think you have to like
Okay.
link it to your phone, and I didn't even get that far.
Okay. Yeah.
You know, I got as far as printing out one that says good luck or something.
Probably
Where's-
doesn't have an internal clock, so you need to connect to your
That-
phone to get the time.
That's
date.
true.
Right.
That's true. I
That's-
didn't think about that.
You see that label?
Yeah.
That's the one I've printed out so far.
Okay.
It says good luck.
Good luck.
Does it say good luck to you guys? Because I see it backwards.
No, we see it the
Good
correct
luck.
way.
Okay.
Yep.
That was just a little template that it had, but
I
Yeah.
got to see Brian for a little bit on here today, and then I had to go off. But did he have Koa on here today?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Oh yeah. We
man.
got some good Koa time.
I love that
Yep.
dog.
Aw.
I know. I want that dog so bad.
I know, me too. I just don't tell my wife though. I don't. Our dog died, and she wanted another dog. I'm like, I don't want another dog, but I love that. I would be a sucker for that dog.
Well, Larry, you don't
Yeah.
need really much of an excuse to watch this again, right? Later.
Yeah. Yeah. Watch it back and you'll
Oh
see him.
yeah, that's true.
Oh, let's see. Robert, how are you doing?
Hello, good evening. Just have to place my guitar. Well, I'm just doing fine. Really nothing to tell about, to be honest. Just to stay here, listen to all what you are telling.
Yeah.
And no, just wrote a letter. And
Excellent.
I got the same kind of label printer as Kerr showed right now, but not in this beautiful shape, but it's printing with thermal paper, so it's not uninteresting. And sometimes I'm thinking about maybe you can cheat with barcodes in the supermarket but I don't want to do it. It's not allowed, but I think it should work. It prints really fine barcodes. So just print them and make some things a bit cheaper. But okay, now we're related. Maybe we can print barcodes with typewriters.
how do you know you wouldn't print a barcode of something more expensive? Like,
Yeah.
they scan it, they could be like, that's $800. Wait.
You'd have to research before, yeah, definitely.
Sean isn't online here still, or is he? No, I don't see him anymore.
No.
Because last week he gave me a good hint for my fountain pen for my little one.
Oh, cool.
And I'm so happy. I showed it. I don't know if I showed it to you. It's still in production. It's not a vintage one, but this factory Caveco is from I think 1911, and they're still selling these things. And it's really a fine thing because it's very small, as you see. And so you can unscrew it, and then you have here your fountain pen, and then you put it like this, and then it's really a good shape for mobile writing.
Yeah, those are very, very popular.
Yeah, and really easy to fix because it was dried in. So as Sean told me, just put it in warm water and placed it in warm water and waited a bit, and all of a sudden it started again to write. So
Yay! Excellent,
really
excellent.
the only problem is it uses cartridges, and they're only to get by Caveco, by the manufacturer. But here in Germany, it's no problem. But I think also they work worldwide. I don't know. But
Okay.
Well, to be honest, nothing more to say, and I soon will leave because we have now nearly 10 o'clock here in Germany, and tomorrow I have to get up at 5 o'clock a.m. I want to think about a.m. and p.m. because we have another, but so no, nothing more to say. Just no, I'm still waiting. I hope this week it will come. I think I told you last week. There's a Smith Corona electric on the way to me. The one with the blues design, which you can, not the beautiful one with these wheels to switch on, but the newer version. I think it may be from the 70s. But I'm really interested. It's a beautiful machine, and I hope it comes here in a good shape, and I can use it. And then really, I think nearly I'm finished with collecting typewriters. Otherwise, I will get.
Of course.
We don't believe it.
Sure you are.
Yes.
But really have to think about a bit to downsize a bit, but
Yeah.
how to do it, a bad thing. Well, no, those I don't want to spoil the time here for you, and nothing to say, so I want to say nothing more. And always nice to be here. And but Dan, what are you doing there?
Yeah, I know, huh?
And
I thought he was doing graffiti or something.
I'm listening, and there just happens to be a whiteboard in this little Airbnb. That's why the host came by earlier, because I messaged him saying, "Do you have any dry erase markers?" So I'm just using it to kind of very easily map out the rest of my week for this documentary project and all the things in between. It's just drive up to Scotland, got to know where I'm fitting in some people, don't know where I'm fitting in others between Edinburgh and Glasgow, and then have to drive all the way down to back down south on Tuesday, return the car Wednesday, and then fly to Florida on Thursday. So that's in next week. So it's all, I'm just planning. I like seeing things, and computer screens for me, even though I've been using them my entire life, are never big enough to see everything that I want to see. And I guess it's not a surprise that I'm an analog fan with all my piles of analog film, my 3 typewriters while I'm on the road, and using a whiteboard. There you go.
Hey, Robert, did you know the real name of this group is called Typewriters Anonymous?
Yes.
So you're in the right place no matter what, if you're trying to quit or whatever.
You're not in the right place if you're trying to quit.
We have to encourage him.
Yeah.
Well, so that's all from my side from Germany, because it's getting dark, and so hope to see you next week, and maybe I can present this Smith Corona. But why should I present a Smith Corona to you? It's so common for you, and here it's an exotic.
I know. Huh?
Okay, let's see. That's a problem. As I said some weeks before, a month before, we should charter a cargo, a freight ship, and then we can swap the typewriters from Europe to
exactly.
the US.
Yes.
What we need to do is we need to have like a handful. I think we could figure out how to do this in the US on Amtrak. We could figure out how to do it in a number of countries, in European countries. We could like hire out a train carriage and have like a type in that's just moving. And through Europe, it would be amazing, because you just get one of the longer trains that goes around. That's what we need to do. Let's not worry about shipping things back and forth. Let's give ourselves excuses to like all travel and be in one place.
The type train. It's the type train.
Yes, this is a thing that needs to happen.
Nice.
I've been thinking about this since last month sometime, and we need to.
Wow.
I'll keep thinking about it.
Excellent. I like that.
Type Pals, where ideas are born.
Yes. Thank you.
That's one reason for me to be here and be happy about it.
Well, Robert, just keep bringing your privat. Just like keep showing off your privat. And
of course, Dan, that's I don't know how hard it is for shipping from Germany to UK, because sometimes you find these Adler Privat here in Germany, maybe five a year on special platforms, but the problem is always the shipping. Yes, so
it's not horrendous. I've shipped a machine from Austria to the UK before, and I think it cost me about 40 euros. And I packed it myself. I found it in Vienna cheap, and I boxed it up and shipped it back.
I can try to get one if there's one offered, and try to send it to any one of you. I don't know, but I think for the shipping to the US is much higher than to the UK. So so we can I can try to get an eye on it here in Germany. Sometimes you find them, and sometimes really cheap. Sometimes you really see the sellers don't know what they are selling there, because they're not collectors. So they are movers, yes, and that's a problem. And so, but one thing is interesting. That's what I was telling. We have a platform, same like as you say, like a Goodwill, where you can sell online things, or Facebook Marketplace. And what I really see here is the horrendous rising in prices for the Hermes 3000s, or even for Hermes. I think 2 years ago, as I started collecting, I got my Hermes 3000, I think, for 65 euros. And now you don't find any machine below maybe 200, 300 euros. So the prices in some brands are really rising, and others are still good to get. SM3, SM2, you can really get for 10, 20 euros here without any problems. Or all these electric stuffs, even the electric you can have for 30 euros or something. But Hermes is really come to focus, because I think the people do more research, and then they see, oh, they could be expensive. I don't know.
Yeah.
But that's one thing I notice here. But
yeah.
That's it.
It's good if you own them. Not good if you want one, I guess, but it's good if you own them already.
Exactly. Yes.
Now, I got a question for you, Robert, too. If everybody here, because I figured the more people, the better. But I heard you mention barcode and a grocery store in the same sentence, and I was thinking, I want a grocery store. Maybe this exists already, where you go in and you scan the QR code with your phone. The grocery store site comes up, and you put in, milk, and it tells you what aisle it's on, where it's at in the store, even UPS, maybe even if it's a big store, and takes you right to it. And I don't see, other than they want you to stumble around in there for hours and buy other stuff. I would love to be able to just I would think it would be a unique experience, and a lot of people would want to go to a store where they can get in and out.
Well, Larry, I know that they do that for like Home Depot. They'll tell you not only what aisle, but what section of the aisle you'll find what you're looking for.
Do they have a QR code, you mean?
No, it's just on their website. If you looked up an item, then it would show you where it is in the store.
So that particular store would. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's what I want to be able to go anywhere and do that. But at least it seems like a grocery store would be an obvious place.
Well, it could be more work for them simply because they could realign products and move them, and then you'd have to have someone to update that.
Providing good service always is more work, but it's often valuable service too. And
It's all about priority. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you should put in a request. Maybe other people are asking, and you just add to it.
And the thing, that's why I wanted to ask everybody here. I want to see if anybody has experienced that, and apparently not here anyway. And I think must be doing that. It seems like a no-brainer look what Amazon did. They had a good idea on marketing and on the ease of buying things, storing your credit card information, make it easy to one-click buy, and look what they did.
Yep. Yeah. Excellent. Well, on that note, we're past 1 o'clock here on the West Coast. So that's cute.
Love it.
Is that a label maker?
Just try to you have to connect it with your cell phone, and just give me 5 minutes to get used to it, and then I will try to print something. Just give me 5 seconds, and because I have to connect it, and then hope it will work.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So maybe we'll be able to work it from here.
There you go.
Diane went dark. Diane went cat dark. Oh, there she is.
Cat dark, you said.
Yeah.
One last thing I can leave everyone with, because I don't think I can't remember. December flew by. I can't remember if I shared this. So my apologies if I'm repeating myself. But I got to meet a guy, James Cook. Did I talk about the typewriter artist last time?
Yes, you did. Yeah, that was cool.
I did.
I looked him up and
I did talk about it. No, good. Just wanted to, because it's really cool. Only because I'm now writing back and forth with him about stuff, and playing around with some ideas. He does commissions as well, which is pretty neat.
Well, because of you, he's got a new fan. Thank you. That's pretty cool artwork.
So Gregory, I talked about this letter that dates from 1973 that my mom received.
Yes.
And what I want to share, especially, is that this was typed at not one error, not one typo. Was by the typer, which was a great aunt of mine. So it's my mom's aunt. and she used to teach typewriting. And what's the funny thing is this paper is really thin. Well, not that thin, not like onion thickness, but thinner than normal paper that we use in a printer. And she typed on both sides, and you don't see the dots for the periods or anything like that going through the paper. So I thought that was quite extraordinary that she typed, and it's a 12 CPI, and I wouldn't be able to tell you what machine she typed with, but I think it's it's not a Selectric, or if it is, then it's a regular nylon ribbon, or maybe it's a cotton ribbon, or silk, but it's certainly not a carbon ribbon. And that, I don't know if she had just a right touch, but this, it's just amazing that one of the difference between.
Oh, you muted yourself.
I don't know how I did that, but maybe I pressed on the space bar.
He muted himself apparently.
Yeah, no, I don't know, but so it's 1973, and it's like a letter that was sent, and back then there was a very, very simple address. There's no postal code, and it's beautifully typed, just like wonderful. So my mom told me about this letter, and I said, oh, I'd love to keep it as a keepsake. And then she folded it. It's folded very, very perfectly, and fits in the small envelope. And I just thought it was like precious. I'm just like amazed at that letter. Like, so that's like 49 years ago.
Yeah.
No, actually it's 50 years ago, because it was typed in January 73.
Wow.
And that's it. It's just amazing.
Wow.
Does everybody know that May's dad had a stroke?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
No, I hadn't heard.
Well, not everybody knows. Okay, yeah, her dad had a stroke the other day, and she hasn't updated in 2 days yet. So, but he was doing a little better, but that's probably why she's not here, I would guess.
Yeah,
He
definitely.
was doing better yesterday, I think, like joking and being able to eat and converse and stuff. So it sounds like he's
Yeah, it sounds like they got him there in time to get some recovery out of him anyway. Because
that's good.
Sometimes there's, hopefully it's not permanent, but you need to keep him in your prayers.
Yeah, definitely.
All the best.
Right. Robert, did you get it working?
Yes, I got it working. Now I try to. Now it's here. And now I said print. And
all right. Awesome.
That's
so can
great.
I get my groceries now?
I don't know if you want to scan it, so I hold it and you can try to.
Cool. I like that.
What would we buy if we scanned it? What would we get? That's what I want to know.
Okay, I'll be honest. I'm honest. I tell you what you will get. I've always scanned it for you. Oh, is it to read or not?
Oh, so wait, if we scan that, it will say, hello, dear Type Pals.
Oh,
yes, that's it.
Wait, hold it up. I want to see if I can do this.
So you can just edit a free text, and then it does it as a QR code, or you can even do barcodes. And of course, you can do a lot of other things. It's a nice toy, nothing serious, but it's quite funny. So
Hold it up again. I want to see if I can get it through the screen.
Yeah, hold up the QR code again.
You can pictures and whatever little labels and what so on. Okay. So I think that's all for me now, and I wish you all good night.
Wait, Robert, hold it up again. Hold it up.
Yeah, hold up the.
Can you hear us, Robert?
You can't hear us.
No, you can't.
Oh,
it's got a bad connection. I think it may have cut out.
Oh, there he goes.
Okay, here we go. Okay, I recognized it.
Yep, there it worked.
Yep. Hello, dear type pals.
That's so cool.
Oh, and it goes to Type Pals Home.
Yay!
Hey,
Okay.
awesome.
That's
I'm leaving.
cool.
Love it.
All right.
See you next Sunday.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
See you,
All
everybody.
right. Thank you so much, everybody. We'll see you next time, next week.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Thanks, Gregory.
Bye. You're
Thank you,
welcome. You're
Gregory.
welcome. You're welcome. Bye-bye. Hi and bye, David. Good to see you. Okay, bye. Bye-bye.